But over the course of the session and throughout the week, we just want people to be polite and respectful to the other people that are taking part, and give them the time and courtesy to express their own views, to deliver the evidence and answer the questions in the same way that you'd expect that of yourselves. The purpose of this hearing session, and of a hearing session in general, isn't to persuade us that you're right and the other person's wrong. It's just to make sure that we fully appreciate your position so that we can communicate that effectively to ministers when we make our recommendation. In addition to the evidence that we hear today, we will take all representations and evidence that's been submitted into consideration when we're drafting our report, and that includes your hearing statements, which you should just take as being read. I'd like to start by just taking a note of the parties that are going to be participating today. So I'll go around the room and take some introductions. Can I start with the applicant, please?
Yes, so good morning. My name's James Finley, King's Counsel. To my right sits Bob Taylor, to my left Chris Haspel, and to his left Nicola Drummond.
Thank you. For NA-270-010-Coul?
And I'm accompanied today by Dr. Tom Dargy, who's sitting to my left. My junior's not here today, and his trainee is with me to take a note, Julian Simpson.
And for the Conservation Coalition?
Good morning, sir. My name is Louise Coburn. I'm an advocate at the Scottish Bar, so I'm not a King's Counsel, I'm a junior counsel. Our witness today for the Conservation Coalition is Dr. Derwin Liley, who's sitting to my left, and various other members of the Conservation Coalition are also with us.
Thank you very much. And we have a third party with us today, Mr. Batten.
Peter Batten, Highland resident, appearing in a personal capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You should have all received a copy of the agenda. Can I just check that everybody has sight of one of those at the moment? Yep. Thank you. As I've said, the procedure today will be quite informal. I'll lead the discussion for this session based on the points listed in the agenda. There's no need to read your statements out, but as we go through the points on the agenda, this should enable you to get across the points within your argument, and you will be given chance to respond to other parties as they respond to the points on the agenda. There won't be any cross-examination, as I've said, but you can ask questions of each other through myself if somebody says something that you don't fully understand. As I say, though, please do direct those questions to myself, and I'll pose them to the other party if I consider it's appropriate. The agenda sets out which parties I intend to direct the questions towards during each section of the agenda, but everyone will have a chance to say something if they want to. We may ask you to comment on something that others have said as well, or ask further questions as we hear evidence. When we decide we have enough evidence or information about a particular item, we'll move on to the next item. Does this sound a reasonable approach? Yeah, thank you. So please remember, we have to take notes of the discussion. Myself, I'm a fan of my trusty pen and paper, so I might have to ask you to slow down for a second. We do have the backup of the recording today, but I do try to take my own notes as well. Again, please do use the microphones whenever you speak. If you turn them on to speak, turn them off again. I do have power to cut you off, so if you forget, I can do that, and I will use it. But yeah, if you keep a reasonable distance from the microphone, it stops feedback for our technical team who will keep us right throughout the day. We haven't got a specific time scheduled for lunch at the moment, but we'd hope to get through this in a reasonable manner. If for any reason it extends beyond what we expect, I'm advised by the team next door that they'll be serving some coffee and biscuits, or tea and biscuits if that's your preference, at 1 o'clock. So we'll be able to, we'll at least break at 1, even if things are overrunning. We will have a break as well, a comfort break, at an opportune time throughout the morning, probably in around an hour and a half, I'd imagine. The toilets, everybody knows where they are. You go straight through, all the way along. We're not expecting a fire drill, but you can see quite clearly where the closest exits are. And before we move on, I think Mr. Bouyer wanted to mention the site visit on Thursday, just for people's records.
Thank you. Yes, I spoke to Nature Scott at the end of yesterday, and their representative doesn't want to come with us to Skibo or Royal Dornoch, so he'd like to start from here, and he was asking me what time should I say. So we agreed 11 o'clock. I appreciate, I think Mr. Sutherland said, I think 9 o'clock, and I appreciate you've probably made arrangements with the golf club as to when we get there. I'm not expecting to change that, but I suspect we'll have more than enough time to get to Skibo and Dornoch, and so, but I think rather than ask you to change it and put it back, it might be simplest if we just keep it as it is, and then we may have a bit of time here before we get off, because I said to Nature Scott we wouldn't leave here for the site until 11, if that's okay. So,
Okay, thank you very much. And does anybody have any questions on the agenda, Mr. Campbell?
It won't be lost on you that NA-270-010-Coul has only a very minor point to make in relation to this session. So, with your permission, and I hope discreetly, may I leave at an appropriate juncture without making a fuss about it?
Indeed, you may.
I'll leave Dr. Darby behind to look after himself.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's important to note briefly that we do have another session scheduled for this afternoon, which is going to consider overwintering birds. It's not our intention to stray into that during this session if we can avoid it. And Mr. Bouyer, who's going to be leading on that session, will be perhaps kicking me in the leg if I stray too far that way. We'll see. So the focus of this initial session and the initial section of the agenda is on the extent of the application site, and in particular the proportion of the site that's covered by the SSSI designation and how this compares with the 2017 proposal. We discussed habitat loss versus modification quite extensively yesterday, so we don't need to dwell on that at any point today. After we've gone through the initial section, we'll consider the applicant's survey methodology, the likely effects on species of importance, and the proposed mitigation, compensation, and biodiversity enhancement. So I'm going to first of all invite the applicant to talk us through how the modifications to the proposed scheme will address the previous issues identified with regards to effects on the SSSI breeding birds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I think the first point to make is that C4C, after the last hearing, the inquiry, listened to all of the issues, looked at the impacts that were the reasons for refusal, etc., and have done everything that they feel they practically can to modify this submission. And I think that's quite obvious in the rerouting plan that you were looking at yesterday. The first thing is the avoidance of dune slacks. That was a key factor last time. And in the last application, there was also a raising of the ground to 0.5 to 1 metres above ground level, above the groundwater table in the areas of the dune slacks. So you can appreciate that in the last application, there would have been quite a significant amount of earth movement required over the entire site. That's not going to happen on this application. There will be no raising of ground in the areas of dune slacks because they have been avoided. And as you heard yesterday and you mentioned just now, modification through cutting and surface management will take precedence over any earth moving. So that is a major change from the last application. The routing has been slightly amended too, as it would be, to avoid the dune slacks, and that has also taken into account looking at the areas of more productive grassland, the SD9, the transitional areas, and the fixed dune grasslands, etc. So there's been a careful routing plan developed. And not only that, the fairways have been separated into sections now. So you've got not just one carry, but maybe a second carry. And that's providing continuity of habitat between the holes, so it's reducing the fragmentation, which was also a concern during the last hearing. So fragmentation is significantly thought about during this submission. Habitat loss, as you heard yesterday, will be minimal, given the provision of the greens and tees, but not through any other earth moving. So that's certainly had a major impact, but what's the impact on breeding birds? Well, breeding birds will use the site, and I think in the 2016 reports and the latest reports, you can see that the principal species are things like reed warbler, sedge warbler, reed bunting, and those birds are present on site now. They will be present on site after, if this golf proposal goes ahead. There will be no reduction in those birds. They're quite common where they occur on golf courses, right the way through Scotland and the UK. I regularly see reed warbler, for example, at Royal Liverpool. I know exactly where they're nesting. Sedge warbler at Royal Liverpool and at Burnham and Barrow, just as examples. Reed bunting, very common. You just go to Muirfield and you look at the small weather beaten and deer grazed hawthorns. Reed buntings are quite common. And they're not just hanging on in these places. They're thriving on the golf courses where they exist. I think it's also important to make the point that the golf layout, as is, will provide additional benefits to breeding birds. It will improve the reproductive success of these birds by creating new feeding habit. You mentioned about management, and the management too will be important, because as existing, the scrub and the habitats out there are left to their own devices. And you can imagine if you're a bird and you're trying to nest within an area of open scrub, it's very easy for a predator to come in and take your eggs and have a free breakfast, as it were. With management, it's all about trying to improve structural diversity, which includes improving the condition of the scrub and the features on site. So with appropriate management, we can create better habitat. It will be phased across the site, so it won't be all or nothing. You will do a small amount each year around the site. It will be never ending, and it's continuous. But by doing that, we've got the degenerate gorse and scrub, which provides territorial display. We've got more dense scrub for nesting, and we've got all the different stages, which will also allow feeding. And the fairways too, that we're talking about here, we shouldn't write them off as something that's not got any ecological value. The birds that we're talking about, linnet, for example, yellowhammer, these are seed-eating birds, and they are often seen on the fairways. You only have to go next door, and you will find these birds feeding on the fairways. They're taking the seed off, and that's particularly important after during the nesting phase and into the autumn, when they're starting to build up biomass, body mass for the winter to come. So the fairways play a vital role for breeding birds, as well as for wintering birds, which we'll come on to later.
Okay. Can I just ask Mr. Taylor to give you some indication of his experience in dealing with breeding birds, particularly in his work for the RNA on Open Championships?
Thank you. I've spent 35 years now on golf courses. I was fortunate enough to set up an ecology service at a time when golf was being castigated as a very selfish land use. And you'll hear from my speaking that I'm very passionate, I'm very enthused about this. I am a naturalist, I am a conservationist. I live and breathe wildlife, and it's my hobby. But I think over the years, for 30 years I've worked with the R&A to deliver mitigation around the staging of the Open Championship and all of the major events. That means going out, surveying the birds, monitoring what's there, and actually providing appropriate mitigation to ensure that they are not impacted at the time of these events. And a good example just recently was down at King's Barns, where the RNA wanted to put a scaffold over an area of gauze for the tournament that they were hosting. And I told them, you just can't do that because there could be nesting birds there. The RNA, rather than saying, we're the RNA and we can do what we want, they said, well, what do we do? Well, basically, you allow me to look at that area. I'll spend a week watching it, and we'll see if there are nesting birds in it. And I did find 2 nesting linnet, 2 pairs of linnet within the gauze stand. So the RNA then just said, well, what's the next stage? We'll wait until they're finished, and then, when they're finished, and they've moved out, then you can put the scaffold in place. And that's the level now that this kind of management is at. The RNA see it as totally vital, and I've been advising them and the golf courses that I work for them on for a good 30 years now.
Mr. Taylor, I believe there's also instances where you've taken action to avoid birds nesting on sites that otherwise would nest.
That's an annual. So I have an annual role working for the RNA to ensure no impacts on birds during the stage of the event. The last thing they want is for anyone to go and find a bird and then potentially cause issues at the time of that event. So I spend time every year. I visit all of the Open Championship courses and all the other courses that host these major events, and I study the birds and the places where they're nesting or likely to be nesting, and there are patterns. And then with that, in the year of the Open, I will spend time cutting out, working with the green staff to ensure that all areas are cut out in advance of the breeding season, and then those areas are cut out 3 weekly to stop birds, just simply not to cut grass, but simply to disturb the ground, to stop them nesting in the first instance during that period. Grandstands are looked at, shelters are looked at for things like swallow. There's a whole array of different things we need to do to deliver a successful major event. And that's ongoing, that's annual. So there's a considerable experience that I have in working within golf and working with the RNA in this regard, and working with respect to breeding birds in this regard too.
Thank you. Is there anything else that the applicant would like to say, basically, on the changes that are going to address the previously identified disturbances before I go to the other parties?
I think that's hopefully a helpful summary.
Well, that's grand. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go across the table then. I'll start with, I was just wondering if this was the stage where Dr. Dargy wanted to contribute. No, so I'll start with the Conservation Coalition then.
Thank you. Just a few points to pick up on Mr. Taylor's comments. The first point he mentioned was about the dune slacks not being raised. There are only 2 species on the SSSI citation that might occur in dune slacks, and those are sedge warbler and reed bunting. He talks about reed warblers. Reed warblers, I'd just like to highlight, are not part of the SSSI citation, and the applicant survey recorded notes no territories, but did note the species was present on the site. I think there was some mention of the 2016 bird surveys. Those do seem very dated to me, and I realise that's contrary to the SNH guidance, which is DL41 in my reference pack.
We're going to come on to the survey.
Yeah. The structure of scrub. We've got a net reduction here in the structure of the scrub due to the cutting and the reduction in vegetation height. Yellowhammer were mentioned. They're also not a SSSI species on the citation list. During the breeding season, the key food for yellowhammers is invertebrates. Then the chicks need high protein. So the key food source and that yellowhammers need to be feeding on is in particular spiders. Seeds on fairways, I think there was a lot of discussion about how reducing the cutting of the vegetation removes the seed heads. Mr. Taylor talked about his experience of managing biodiversity on existing golf courses, and I think there's a very important distinction to make between existing and new. It might be useful just to summarise. I've been working on golf courses and sites with golf courses, trying to understand the access management patterns, and not just the golf, but the other recreation that takes place in the surrounds. And I've undertaken such work, including visitor surveys and data collection on numerous sites, from Ashdown Forest to Sandwich Bay, Burfield Heath, numerous sites, Studland. There's a few points I'd like to just bring in at this point.
Sorry, I think Siri had heard something and decided to help us. Oh, here you go.
With regards to the SSSI breeding birds, the reporters last time found that there was a significant adverse effect on breeding birds, which are a notified feature of the SSSI, and that's paragraph 8.80 in the reporter's last report. The reporters recognised disturbance impacts for a range of species, including breeding terns, oystercatcher, eider. The total area being modified for golf is 22.7 hectares, of which 8 hectares is outside the SSSI. It's therefore 14.7 hectares inside the SSSI, the figures that we're working with, and those are from the applicant's information. And I note that according to the comparison table on page 32 and 33 of C4C076, there has been no change in course area within the SSSI. It's really important to make the distinction between direct and indirect effects. The direct effects relate to the habitat change. The indirect effects relate to the disturbance. And I've highlighted the extent of disturbance impacts in map 1 in my hearing statement. Given the course area hasn't changed in terms of that overall figure of 14.7, the disturbance impacts are the same.
Can I just ask there, the applicant was mentioning that the approach to the actual construction is different now, so whilst the area might be similar, the raising to avoid impact on dune slacks and whatnot, and the different choices that have been made in the formation of the course arguably cause less disturbance. What are your thoughts regarding that?
I don't think they cause less disturbance whatsoever. The area being affected is the same. The distribution, the operation of the golf course, which is during the breeding season, there will be people across those areas, they will be visible, and there will be a widespread impact. The golfers present from sunrise to sunset. That's a marked and a very marked uplift, and I think we'll discuss the figures later, but a very marked uplift in use from the baseline.
Sorry to just interrupt there, if you carry on then.
I think just the other key point to make is that expressing the habitat change in the figures for the area of the golf course in terms of a percentage of the SSSI is misleading, in that the area that we're focusing on is the sand dune system, which is a relatively small component of the SSSI, given the intertidal habitat, the pine woods, etc. Thank you.
Would the applicant like to come back on any of those points?
Thank you. I think Mr. Lilly really would agree that yellowhammer alternate their life cycle between being insectivorous and seed eating. I think that goes without saying. And so the seed element that I mentioned on fairways is quite important. with respect to seeds on fairways, the fairways tend to support seeds within the grasses, even when they're cut quite low. And if you go next door, as I said, or to any golf course, you will see a lot of these small passerines, these small birds feeding on the fairways. It's just, and this is the problem with myself, is that all I have is observational expertise and observational experience. It's trying to get that over today. And it's what I see on a day-to-day basis. It's not casual, it is regular. But certainly yellow American will change between seed and insects as need dictates. And the other element that was mentioned was breeding terns. There are no breeding terns on site, and they used to breed on the shoreline, but that's not been recorded now for a good number of years. They've basically gone. I think that's due to public disturbance on the shoreline. I do know breeding little tern nest at Hartlepool Golf Club, and there's special conservation measures in place at Hartlepool Golf Club to protect the breeding little tern colonies. Either don't nest on the Coul Link site. I don't think there's any evidence of nesting of either, unless I'm mistaken, but there's certainly birds that you'll find offshore during the winter. With regard to direct and indirect disturbance effects, it is my personal observation that birds thrive on golf courses. They don't just hang on or are there as a remnant because the golf course is there and they've nowhere else to go. They're actually benefiting from golf courses. And increasingly, golf clubs are recognising the importance of birds because, especially since COVID, it's starting to create a physical and mental well-being effect within golfers, and they're seeing that, especially after COVID, and they recognise the bird song that's there, and the birds are thriving on golf courses, and the disturbance element that is trying to be put forward here just simply does not exist. Birds are there, and they're benefiting from the presence of the golf course because it's a golf course and not despite it's a golf course. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Haspel just to pick up a point on the extent of the course?
So the sizes have actually changed. If you look at Nature Scott's original documentation, it was 16.8 hectares, so it's been reduced by 2. If you include all parts, rough, semi-rough, etc. So that's in the previous, but we are talking about a new application. So to go to my friend Bob Taylor's point, seed reduction does not reduce. Seed reduction is always there on fairways. If you walk out there tomorrow on Royal Dornoch, or some of those fairways will still be producing seed. So it is a valuable source, as Bob says, for the birds, all kinds of small birds. More so from my perspective, your map, which is map 1 on your buffer zone, is actually very helpful. You can see on this buffer zone map, obviously you've drawn 600 metres around, which...
Apologies, can we just have one second to open that up on our screen?
Yes. It's in Dr. Gerwin's hearing statement 1B, 1E, and it's page 23.
Okay, thank you. I have that yeah.
And I stress I'm not an ornithologist, although I do have a keen interest in most wildlife. But this highlights to me, you've put the fields to the east, to the west. They're used by lapwing and curlew, and by the geese. Presently, it's very rare you'll see any of that activity in the strip at all, purely and simply because of the length of the grass, and I'm sure Bob Taylor will talk around that. But the creation of the fairways, like we're talking about doing by mowing, will actually create significant habitat, and you can see that also in my rebuttal statement where show you birds that are actually there. They're there feeding all the time. That doesn't happen at present with curlew and lapwing and that sort of thing at Coul, because they're too afraid of predators, the grass is too high.
Thank you. Before I allow the coalition to respond, I do have a quick question, just to Mr. Taylor there. It's regarding the comment that there's no breeding terns on site. Are there any surveys that are demonstrating that, or is that observational?
I've visited the site on a number of occasions, and to my knowledge, there are none. But equally, I did consult Mr. David Bell, who is a local and past captain at Royal Dornoch. He's a keen bird watcher, and Mr. Bell verbally stated to me that he knows of no little tern colonies on site. So.
And a second quick one there, based on what you'd said. You mentioned about birds thriving on courses, and I don't dispute that at all. What I'd like to just understand a little bit more is, in this instance, we've got a habitat, SSSI, that's got a mated species. Whilst birds may thrive on golf courses and find it a wonderful habitat, would that be the same ones that we have here, necessarily? Or do you think that this adaptation is going to have an adverse impact? I'll start with yourself first, and then I'll go across the table.
No, I think that the birds are cited within the citation for the SSSI, but birds don't recognise boundaries in that way, and I think what we need to look at are the birds using the site. So the cited birds are present on site, and those same birds are present on golf courses all around the country. They're not unique to Coul Links, and they're not anything out of the ordinary if the habitat is correct. That's why I mentioned Burnham and Barrow, which have got extensive reed beds, so sedge warbler, reed warbler are noted down there. Same at Royal Liverpool, where they've got the similar extensive reed beds. But then you've got other birds, wheatear, stonechat, etc., which we'll also find, and those birds are present here just like they are around the country. Stonechat, I'm getting confused because I'm reading the 2016 report and trying to relate it all back, but the stonechat, that was a bird that was almost extinct on the Ayrshire coast 40 years ago, and that came from Nature Scott. It's had a fantastic success at Royal Troon and down through to Maybole on the golf courses all down the Ayrshire coast, and it's now quite a common species back in the coastal fringe on those golf courses, and that's quite impressive. It's something that's, you know, Nature Scott found unprecedented when they did a breeding bird survey a while ago at Royal Troon. So it's there. Wheatear is a bird which is mentioned again here at Coul. There's been a lot of talk about Macranish. A few years ago, I gave them a conservation award for quite an innovative project for wheatear, creating nest boxes and inserting them into the banks of the sand dunes for wheatear, and that had a massive positive impact on the breeding success of wheatear. So whether the birds are actually sighted or whether they are other birds, they are there. They're on Coul, and they will still be on Coul after the provision of a golf course.
So we should also add that obviously there isn't a construction period, which last time around was about 18 months. All the stripping of the fairways would have involved substantial heavy equipment, which naturally would have disturbed birds, although in my experience they're opportunists and they'll feed around you when you're on that equipment. That aside, that's not happening anymore, so you haven't got 2 years of full disturbance. On top of that, after the last application, the C4C group listened to the comments and decided to shut the course for an extra month, so from the 1st of November until the 1st of April. So that's an extra 25%, if you like, of less disturbance on the golf course.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to go across and just, in particular, just to hear about your opinion, your expert opinion on the existing assemblage that may continue to thrive in a golf course versus those that maybe wouldn't? Are there any in particular that you think wouldn't adapt so well?
The SSSI is currently favourable for the bird interest. Admittedly, it's favourable declining, but that means it's currently in good condition and supporting the characteristic assemblage that it was notified for. I note from Nature Scott's condition page, recreation and disturbance is the main threat identified for the site. So we're looking at an intact dune system with a characteristic breeding bird assemblage that is thriving and in good condition. And when I come here, having visited many other sites, I've worked at, for example, Winterton, which is one of the classic dune heath sites at Studland. The bird interest here is great, and it is doing well. IDA were mentioned before. There are 2 IDA territories recorded by the applicant in the current survey, in the recent survey. Do you want me to take you to the reference if you need for that?
Please do, yeah.
Yeah. So in the applicant's bird survey, so this is the applicant's own data, and that's the results section, and page 11. Sorry, the document reference.
The document reference, sorry.
Is, I've got it to hand, sorry.
Again, I can just take the notes and refer to that afterwards, okay, if you want to just talk me through it.
So common IDA is there on the table. It's one of the SSSI species, and it's down as 2 territories. So it was present when they did the survey on the site. Littleton are a real conservation priority. They are highly sensitive to disturbance and have declined nationally. Littleton, there were 2 territories, 2 pairs nesting on the site in 2022, and the details for that are in the RSPB objection letter. Thank you. Sorry, bear with me a second. The Littleton were also recorded in the recent bird survey by the applicant. So they were present, at least present on the site in 2022 when the breeding common bird survey was undertaken. Just going through the list of bird species that are relevant to the SSSI, I would consider all of them that are breeding potentially vulnerable to disturbance. The breeding terns, ring plover in particular, and I know we'll talk about ring plover later. One or 2 other points, just following up on the points made earlier. I haven't seen anything about WETINS boxes in any of the application documents or the EIAR, so I don't quite, that's new to me that those might be part of what we're considering.
No, I think that was just examples that were being provided by the applicant for interventions on golf courses that were helping assemblages.
So enhancing, trying to deal with improve existing courses where there is impacts that have already occurred.
Okay, thank you very much. No, that's fine. I'm conscious we are straying into later sections of the agenda there, but I hope you'll forgive my indulgence.
Sorry, there was just one other point that's come to mind. We had a bit of discussion about map 1 and the buffer distances. I've been drawing on those labels just from the information provided by the applicant, but I don't think it's been quite hard to tell precisely in terms of the fields and the extent of the survey work which bits were actually surveyed. And those buffers are just drawn around the golf infrastructure, so just the layout, the fairways, the greens, the tees as we have them before us. And you can see the extent in that orange, the dark orange, that's 50 metres. That's the kind of area that I think passerines and a wide range of species would be impacted by the presence of people. And it's not saying that you'll never see birds in those areas and that it'll be a complete loss of the bird interest in those areas, but there'll be a really significant decline and decrease.
I will come back, and then what I'll do is, because we're going beyond the differences in this proposal to the last and how that's going to change the impacts, we will move through the agenda, but I will give you the opportunity to just come back that one last time.
We're just on that fact of increased disturbance and the loss of birds on site as a result of the proposal. I work regularly at Carnoustie, it's one of the open venues, and you'd expect these very prestigious sites not to have any bird interest at all, because they'd be over-watered, they'd be over-fertilised, and all the things that people think about golf courses. But working with the Tail Ringing Group, we've been monitoring breeding birds at Carnoustie for a number of years, and on the championship course in particular, there's always a need to kind of manage that scrub, keep it in a decent condition, and even reduce it. And the Tail Ringing Group have been watching birds in quite significant numbers, and we're working with them. We're now starting to see a case for keeping the scrub and not reducing any more, because that will start to have an impact on birds. So, whilst there certainly could be potential for impacts on birds with kind of no thought towards management, this is not the case. With appropriate management, we can monitor the levels of birds, we can keep populations of birds healthy, and again, working at Carnoustie, we now recognise that the amount of scrub on simply the championship course is at a level where we cannot reduce it anymore. That's for the major, for the biggest event in golf. But at Carnoustie, there's still the Budden and the Burnside golf courses, which provide more than adequate resources for these bird species. And so, overall, from a landscape point of view, there's certainly enough habitat. On the championship course, it is minimal, because it's a major course for the large world, the world's biggest event. But overall, certainly bird numbers are not reducing, and management is giving cognizance to retaining the amounts of scrub that are required for these differing species. I think the other point to make there is that most people never see this, because golf courses are out of the public domain, they're private, and no one tends to walk on them, and so these areas remain unseen, and often the birds are not recorded. It's only when you go onto a golf course you get the chance to start recording. You start to think, wow, these places are pretty good.
Thank you very much. So, unless my colleague has any questions on this item, I'd look to move on.
Can I just raise one point, which I think you were here yesterday, maybe in the audience here. The HSCOT were very much of the opinion that we shouldn't be trying to micromanage the economy, even with the best intentions at heart, to try and, we'll do this and that to benefit this species. And their view was let nature do the job. It's doing fine. And from what we've heard from Dr. Lally, it sounds like the birds are doing well, breeding birds on site. Do you agree with this? We shouldn't be micromanaging?
I think the whole of the British Isles has been managed and has changed, and the species that are now present in all of the different habitat types are there through management, through our intervention. No areas of the country are natural and left without management. They've all had some management at some point in time, and it's become necessary if we are to keep the species that we want to keep, and so it falls on us to manage. Now, there's conflicts there as well, because taking the scrub out, taking the trees out at Cool Links to manage the fixed dune grasslands and those kind of habitats, which are the main reasons for the citations, that has its own impacts on some of the breeding birds. So we have to manage that. We can't take all the scrub out. For favourable condition, for favourable conservation status, we need to think about taking some of the trees away but leaving something like 5 to 7% because there is a need for the breeding bird assemblages. We have a duty to manage if we want to retain the habitats in the condition we're expecting. But it does raise conflicts of interest, be it through invertebrates, birds, lichens, or wherever it is. There's always people with their own ideals and agendas for the different taxa that we're trying to promote and conserve. But certainly management is necessary. Otherwise it will become a woodland over time, and that's evident on site now.
Before Mr. Bui asks the subsequent question, I'll just give the Conservation Coalition a chance to respond to that as well.
Thank you. We have an intact system here that is doing really well for birds. To then, Nature Scott there was a lot of discussion around this yesterday, and CC07 is the SSI site management statement, and under the birds section in there, which I think is section 5, there is the first line is how the birds are dependent on the habitat present. Would you like the precise quote?
Please.
Bear with me. So that's section 5. It's the first line on page 7 of CC07. If the habitats on this site are maintained, following the advice above, breeding bird populations are also expected to be maintained. The proposal before us is to massively increase the number of people, which we know is the main threat identified by Nature Scott, onto the dune system, and so we're looking at a marked change in the levels of access. Micromanaging around that is a marked shift and detrimental to the SSI.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bui.
Thanks. I had one more question for Mr. Taylor. You give examples of Carnoustie and other courses where there's been no decline in bird populations. In fact, possibly even an increase. The thriving. You say. It strikes me your comparison is between a golf course existing and a golf course existing that's maybe doing good works for birds. But here we're talking, as Dr. Lally said, between an existing natural habitat, which you may have a view on, and a golf course, even a very well managed golf course. It's not the same comparison, is it?
I find, let's start with the new golf course. We've got an area of 317 hectares or thereabouts. 14.7 of that will be managed for the golf course. It leaves a good 300 hectares for conservation management. So when we talk about the area will be massively reduced in terms of its bird interests, it won't, because 300 hectares will be managed for conservation. The public disturbance of golfers walking around will be a very directed disturbance, and that's well documented in my hearing statements, and it's in the reviews as well about habituation. But it's very directed, and it will be centred, as it would on a nature reserve, around a very directed pathway. All of the other habitats to one side, to either side of those golf holes, will be available for wildlife conservation. The patch size will be retained, and the new proposal that C4C have put together is looking to reduce the extent of fragmentation by separating those fairways, as I said right from the start. So overall patch size is not going to be massively influenced. The birds on this golf course will not be overly impacted by a new golf course. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask Mr. Taylor also just to pick up on the point about whether the current golf course, if management is needed in terms of over the whole SSSI as to whether the invasives we heard about yesterday are going to have an adverse impact on birds?
Yeah, I think overall there will be a decline in habitats over time. I think that came came over quite positively yesterday in the discussions, and it will be slow, but it will be gradual, and it will be negative. And so management is required. We talked yesterday about public funding, and Mr. Campbell talked about the possibility of private funding. I work with golf clubs all over the country with regards to funding for management, and I think this is a difficult area. We should not be relying on public or private funding to manage. We should be relying on the people that own the site in the first place. It comes down to, it's incumbent upon the golf clubs to impart their own management, their own resources and their own labour. And as I go around the country looking at golf courses and golf clubs, I'm struck by those nature conservation managers. I'm thinking now of Royal Birkdale, Hillside, Sefton Coast, where the nature reserve managers from the Sefton Coast are looking across at the golf course, and they've told me directly that, wow, if only we had the resources, the labour and the ability to manage like the golf course. The golf courses are in favourable condition, and the wider SSSI units are not, because they just simply do not have the funding, the resources, the manpower, which golf clubs do. And what we can't have is a situation where we're providing public funding, private funding for management, and that dries up because it's not ring-fenced, and at some point then the golf club thinks, well, we don't need to do it because we've always had funding for this. It's incumbent upon the golf clubs to be able to fund that management. Now, the management doesn't affect the old site. Most of the site, as has been discussed yesterday, is in a condition, it's holding its own. The status quo is good. But it's just these areas that require management, where Meadowsweet is starting to take over, where we need to clean out the dune slack areas to bring them back into condition, and to look at where scrub is becoming overly invasive, particularly in the areas of dune heath, and that's for a whole range of biodiversity interests, to keep the scrub where we need it, not clear it and eradicate it, but keep it at a level that is commensurate with the site objectives.
Thank you. I will just give the Conservation Coalition a chance to respond to that one, and then I'm going to move to NA-270-010-Coul and Mr. Batten before we tie up this item on the agenda.
We don't know with sites like Carnoustie what was there before. I think that's a really important point to stress, and we're looking at the situation now. We don't know what was there before the golf course. And I'm not sure with Carnoustie the information is before the inquiry as to the points referenced by Mr. Taylor. Disturbance, it's 71 hectares of the SSSI that is within 50 metres of the golf course layout. And that's assuming the golfers stick to the area being managed. Of course, golfers will roam more widely. They'll have to retrieve their balls, for example, when they go outside those areas. And Mr. Taylor was talking about the golfers being, I can't remember the precise words, but the point being made was that they would be constrained and confined. I discussed some of these points in my hearing statement at 6.13 and 12.13. The golfers will be visible. They will be, when golfers are moving up the fairway, they do spread out. They're not following a single line. And Meadowsweet was just mentioned. I would like to point out that Meadowsweet is important for species such as reed bunting and sedge warbler. And there is a reference in my hearing statement along those lines. It's the one by Rob Fuller, Bird Habitats, which is a sort of classic description of the birds present in different habitat systems. And I think, off the top of my head, that's DL41, but I can just check for you. No, DL41's the wrong number. It is DL18. That's Rob Fuller, Bird Habitats in Britain. And if you go to the screenshot there's a diagram showing the sort of succession of wet habitats. And it clearly mentions reed bunting and sedge warbler occurring in meadowsweet.
Thank you very much. I'll just move across now and see if NA-270-010-Coul have anything to say on this item of the agenda.
No, thank you.
Mr. Batten?
Thank you. I wasn't actually expecting to speak today, but I have picked up a couple of points from the discussion so far. If I could take you back a bit. I was surprised to hear Mr. Taylor referring to reed warbler. Now, I'm not familiar with the survey data associated with the application, but I do know a bit about birds as an amateur surveyor and habitat volunteer. Can I clarify whether Mr. Taylor is saying that reed warbler has been recorded on site by himself or others?
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the 2021 survey now, and some of this is in is a landscape form rather than portrait for some reason on my computer, so it makes it a bit hard. But I've got the table. Reed warbler. Yeah, the survey shows no territories, if I'm right, for the reed warbler.
Because I was surprised.
It was present on site, sorry, but no, doesn't show any breeding territories.
Do you have time of year for present on site?
Yeah, this survey was undertaken between April and July, so it's during the optimum period for breeding.
Right. I've been looking at some information which is not before the inquiry. I can lodge the documents if you like. I've been looking at distribution information from the British Trust for Ornithology website and also for RSPBs. And I'll quote a sentence from BTO for reed warbler. A recent colonist to southern Scotland, the reed warbler is largely confined to reed beds and riverside reed fringes of England, Wales and eastern parts of the island of Ireland. And so I was certainly surprised at the suggestion it might be this far north. On RSPB website, actually refers to breeding. It says there are relatively few breeding in Scotland and Ireland, spends winters in Africa. There is also a reference to, as I understand it, to
I'm just going to... I thank you for your research there, Mr. Batten. Thanks for pointing that out on the specific species. I think, as I understand it, they were noted in the survey, not as breeding, but they are noted, and maybe we can ask the Conservation Coalition if they are aware if they're listed in the citation, if they're an interested species that we should be considering at this point.
They're not on the SSI citation.
Does that help, Mr. Batten?
I picked that up from what Dr. Niley said earlier, but I was nonetheless surprised to hear them mentioned at all. Could I also pick up on a point that Mr. Haspel raised regarding the proposed winter closure?
I do note that we have winter closure later on the agenda. If it'd be good if you've got anything significant to say on that matter.
But Well, Mr Haspel referred specifically earlier to the fact that the winter closure had been extended under the current proposal, and it was arising from that my question arose. I can take it later if you wish.
Yeah, we are going to be specifically looking at winter closure, so that would be really useful. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, people. So if everybody's happy, we'll move on to item 2. I'll just open up my own agenda here. I'm not used to only using one screen. So in moving on to item 2, ornithological surveys have been undertaken to predict the effects of the proposed development on the breeding bird assemblages, to inform the production of the environmental impact assessment report and the suggested mitigation measures. In the first instance, we'd like to invite the applicant to address the 2 discussion points that we've listed there at part 2 regarding the methodology and the extent of these surveys and the level of understanding regarding bird populations during any seasons where the work wasn't undertaken. So if I can just hand over to yourselves just to talk around those 2 bullets, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, well, the breeding bird survey was undertaken by STRI Group between April and July 2022. That's within the optimal period for survey. The methodology was adopted as according to best practice guidance, according to Fuller, and the survey involved the requisite number of visits to site, and the recording was in line with best practice guidance. I'm confident of the people that undertook the survey work. I know Richard Stuttard personally. I actually employed him and I gave him training over the years. He's now a director at STRI, as well as a confident ecologist and environmental consultant. Meg Stone undertook a lot of the field work with Richard. She's a fairly new graduate, but they did that together. And again, the results are that you see in the report, I think, are accurate, and they certainly bear similarities with the early surveys that have been done by the applicant.
Question 2.
I think with question 2, where it says, am I confident that there's been a good understanding of the bird populations on site? I think certainly the survey bears that out. It provides a snapshot in time, and it would be very easy for anyone to come in and look at this and say, well, you could have done something else, you could do this. That's always the case, and consultants do that all the time with each other. We're all having to look at second opinions, but the results here are commensurate with what's on site, and they're commensurate with the previous bird surveys undertaken by Albert Ecology. So I have no issues with the level of survey that's been undertaken or its accuracy in giving us an idea of the birds that are on site.
Okay, thank you, because this comes about from, in the previous application, there was a finding that I believe that the reporters weren't particularly satisfied that the extent of survey work at that time had been sufficient. So I can see that more has been done. Could you just talk me around, you said that the requisite number of visits, accordance with the guidance, as a layperson, what sort of number of visits is that, and over what?
5 to 6 visits during the period would be totally acceptable. For that work. There is you could argue we should have done a survey over 3 years or 2 years. Would that give us any additional information? Would we find the same birds in the same areas? I think we would. Would we find any other birds? We might find reed warbler passing through. We might find golden eagle passing through. That's the bird that was on the list, obviously not breeding. We might find a few accidentals or occasionals, but the birds that are breeding will be similar year on year on year, because that's what the site offers, and there would be a carrying capacity for those birds. So I wouldn't see the results changing all that much in any given year. So I think the survey is totally appropriate.
Apologies there. Is there an issue with the microphone, did you say?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of what Mr Taylor said in answer to your question. It doesn't matter, I'll check the transcript.
It said it was 5 or 6 visits that were undertaken over the period.
I'm grateful, thank you.
So thank you very much for that. What I'm going to do is, if you're happy with that you've spoken around those 2 points, I'll just go across the table to see if there's anything that you'd like to say in relation to the survey work in particular, anything about the methodology, or if you have confidence that we have a good understanding of the populations on a year-round basis. I know that there was there's been summer survey and there's been winter survey, but it's just to get an idea of the completeness. Thank you.
Thank you. I have very little confidence in the survey provided, and there are criticisms from the reporters previously have not been addressed. There is no clear and accurate map of the distribution of territories. There is no indication of the distribution of breeding birds within the SSSI. I would have anticipated, I'd be quite happy, and I agree the Common Bird Census methodology is the right one to use here, but I would expect the map that they say of they identified bird territories, I would expect to see where those territories are in relation to the layout of the golf course. And I can go into quite a lot more detail to talk you through some of those concerns, but because there are some maps provided in the report, but they don't provide the information we need in the right way. You're happy me talking.
Before you do, I'll maybe just go across and just ask for an initial response on that about whether, if you've followed the requisite guidance for the number of visits and the guidance overall, is there a reason why the territory maps weren't included in the report?
I'd have to go back to STRI to ask them that question, but for myself, if I was doing this survey, you'd normally work by setting out your own transects, which you would set, and then you would be looking at 50 metres either side of those transects. You would be recording birds as you were moving through the site, and you would be looking with arrows on a drawing, pointing at where those birds are flying in and what direction they're flying across and that kind of thing. So there would be field notes. Whether they've been omitted for some reason, I don't know, because I wasn't party to doing this survey. But nonetheless, I think that all of the birds that are on site have been accurately identified. The birds that are identified here are common on golf courses throughout the countries of the UK and Higher. And whether there's a map in place or not, I think that's something that can be brought out when we are building, or so not when I'm building it, but when the golf course is being built. It's certainly something that I would want to be in place, so that if there is a tee going in this area and that is a particular area for that species, then maybe with microsighting that can be dealt with. And the golf holes would be laid out in that kind of manner. There'd need to be an ecological clerk of works monitoring the entire site. So in terms of mapping, I think it's just, I don't know whether it's an omission or what it is in this situation, but certainly the birds have been identified. There's nothing untoward with that, and I think it's, it provides us with a good idea of the kind of birds using the site.
Can I also just add, in terms of the previous reporters' findings on this, my understanding is that they found that there are limitations on it, but they also concluded that the S&H witness at the time accepted that one full summer breeding season should be enough information to gauge impacts on breeding birds, and one full winter season likewise for winter birds. In terms of responding to the criticisms, I think that sets part of the context for our response.
Yeah, I appreciate the frequency and duration there. I suppose coming to it from the outside, we were obviously speaking a lot yesterday around the layout and how certain habitats have been avoided. And I appreciate what you're saying about micrositing, but if we don't know where the different birds are nesting, surely that should be a fundamental part of the actual course design.
Sorry, sir, could I just mention that in the methodology it says on completion of the surveys, all codes and symbols were transferred to a CAD mapping system. Once the map of each survey was overlaid, the pattern of locations of each species was used to identify territory boundaries. That must be in place, I would imagine. It might, it's not included here. It needs.
Can I ask Mr. Taylor to respond to the point you made? Mr. Taylor, if there are there any particular birds on site that if they were found nesting in a particular area which was going to be the 10th fairway or the first green, does that cause you concern about their continued presence on site if that particular nest site or territory was impacted in that way? And if not, why not?
The site is large, and if there was a need to remove some scrub that a bird was nesting in or part of the grassland, then the site is significant. There's still 300 hectares of the terrestrial part of the SSI and SPA, and there wouldn't be an adverse effect for that species. There's plenty of other habitats that would be available for it. And I think that goes without saying with respect to the management of the scrub. If we are taking scrub out, the birch and the scrub and the invasives that were assigned to come in, then is that not the same problem? We're potentially taking away areas that could be of breeding value for bird species. And so it comes back to the balance and what you want to create within a particular habitat. The predominant botanical interests, including the fixed dune grassland through to the dune heath, and then the bird interest, how much scrub, how much tree cover, etc. And it's all about balance and creating an overall site conservation condition.
Okay, before I go back to the coalition there, I'm just going to check. Do you have a question?
It's kind of been covered, I think, but I think you're accepting that, or are you accepting that in an ideal world you would have had, or the people who did the survey would have provided a map of the territories overlain with the golf course layout, but that in the absence of that, because there is such a wide extent of alternative habitat, even if it had shown a clash of the two, you don't think that would be a problem? Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
I'm just looking at the end of the report now, sir, and I think that, that I was referring to, you can see the positions of all the birds on those maps at the end of the report. Willow warbler on the one I'm looking at is well represented. Reed bunting, there's locations for reed buntings around one of the dune slacks there on just one of the drawings I'm looking at. I think...
So we'll get you the references for the drawings, but certainly that's what some of...
They're actually there, they're in place.
The recording of where they were is in place. What I don't think we have is an overlay map on them, but one can... if there's a point to be made about that by anyone from the Conservation Coalition, they were capable of making it.
Okay, thank you very much. I will hand back across, because I did cut you off there mid-train, but I thought it was good to get an initial response before we went too deep.
Of course, thank you. And that initial response is very helpful. In particular, I'd like to pick up on Mr. Taylor's suggestion that best practice would be to set transects and to record the birds within 50 metres. The Common Bird Census guidance states that you should follow a set route and repeat that, and that it needs to cover the entire site. So there are some maps at the back of the breeding bird survey. I've found those incredibly difficult to interpret. The approach for Common Bird Census is that you walk a set route, you set up your transect so that you're covering the whole site, and you walk that route repeatedly over the breeding season. On each visit, you do a map indicating where you saw every bird, and there's special symbols you use, so a circle around the symbol would indicate a male that's singing. You do that repeatedly, and then when you have the combined maps, which are the ones in the back of the report that are really difficult to read, you extract the data for a single species and you look for clusters. So if you've walked the same route multiple times and you've seen a reed warbler in the same area on repeated visits, you're able to say that is a territory. That then enables you to draw up an accurate picture of the distribution of the birds within the site. Now, when I look at the survey report that's been provided, and we need this to inform accurate assessment, this is the kind of the survey needs to feed into the environmental impact assessment, which enables us to get an accurate picture. When I look at the details, there's no map of the route, the transects that Mr. Taylor referred to should have been undertaken, and the 50 metres. The text about visiting the site indicates that the surveyor initially, on the first visit, covered the site, and then on subsequent visits did something different, because, and I'm not sure of the reason, and it says single surveyor, but I think there was some kind of health and safety concern. However, I do note that Dr. McMullen, I've been across the middle of the site. I think Dr. Darnegi's been across the middle of the site repeatedly. I think even Dr. Darnegi's grandson has been able to access the different areas of the site. I don't fully understand why that hasn't happened, and I would have expected it. And when you look at the maps produced in the back of the report, and perhaps if I just take you to one in particular, the maps at the back, it is the one on that I think is the third visit, and that's page 23 of the PDF. It looks like this, I think. But if you look at that map, you can quite helpfully, because somehow the aerial hasn't fed through, you can see the distribution of where they recorded birds. And it appears that the middle of the site has not been surveyed. So if we're looking for an accurate understanding of the number of territories within the site, we do not have that before us. And we do not have a clear picture of the distribution of the breeding birds within the SSSI. Now, if more visits had been undertaken and the route would have been more, and the same route had been repeated, I would have much more confidence. But I note one of the visits was undertaken in heavy rain, and 6 visits is the minimum in the Common Bird Census guidance. 6 visits would be acceptable. I'd be quite happy with it if I was confident the same route and the whole site had been covered. The amount of hours that was spent on site is documented in the survey report for each survey visit. It's around 4 or 5 hours. That does seem to me the time it takes to get around the outside of the site. But it's not the time it would take to do a comprehensive route going through the entire dune system. And it's really important to make sure that all of the areas are covered, as, for example, for species like ringed plover and eider, they would be nesting near the top of the beach. The presence of little tern would be around the top of the beach. They would be very hard to see from within the dune system. Equally, if you're walking along the top of the dune ridge or within the dunes, you're not going to be able to see the that might be on the nest right at the top of the beach. So I would have been much happier with multiple years of data and more visits, and the number of coverage, the level of coverage 1 year is actually contrary to the SNH guidance, that's DL41, which recommends a minimum of 2 years. And I'd also like to point out the surveys were done in a year with bird flu, which might have depressed the numbers of birds present. Just taking those results further and the way they are fed through into the EIAR, I would have expected to see a clear territory map and distribution with the course layout. That's not been provided. And instead, only confirmed breeders are considered and discussed in the impacts in the EIAR. What is a confirmed breeder? I'm very surprised that this approach has been taken. It is the distribution of birds and their presence holding territory within the site that is important. If we look at the survey report, and it's page 8 of the breeding bird survey, there is a list of what is a confirmed breeder. It says use nest or eggshells found. Recently fledged young, adults entering or leaving a nest site. A nest containing eggs. A nest with young. The Common Bird Survey is not the approach to find nests and actually record that kind of information. So not only do we not have a map of the territories in front of us, the data has then been subsetted to those species that were considered as confirmed breeders that is taken forward into the EIAR. Now, just for a selection of species, reed bunting is one of the species on the SSI citation. When I look at those maps, I can find reed buntings present in singing in 3 different locations within the site. And that's me having to blow the maps up on my computer screen to find the little initials RB. It's really difficult to even tell where that might be in relation to the golf course layout, but it appears to me that there are reed buntings singing, which would indicate a male on territory around holes 1, 12 and 13, which is the areas proposed in terms of the golf layout. When we look at the Common Bird Census report, we have the information for reed bunting on page 12, that says 1 territory. So the territories have been underestimated, but reed bunting is then not considered a confirmed breeder because it was not seen at the nest or those other criteria, and therefore it is not considered in the environmental impact assessment report. And it is paragraph 5.7.2.1 in the EIAR that refers to only confirmed breeders, which limits the EIAR just to ring plover, which I think we'll get to on the next session in the agenda.
Could you set out your experience of breeding birds, please?
I have undertaken breeding bird surveys for many years. I'm a volunteer with the BTO, and it's a common approach. And I've even done these around the edges and on sites with golf taking place. So I'm fully versed with the methodology, and I'm really surprised by the quality of the information that's before us and allows us to that we're supposed to be assessing. I found the winter bird survey much better, but the breeding bird survey I've really struggled with.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there's probably a lot there to come back on. The first thing I'd like to just, a bit of clarity from my own perspective, is to understand if you agree from the data within the report that it does appear as though the periphery of the site has been the transect that's been walked, and that the observations seem to exclude the centre of the site.
I certainly agree that on the computer it's difficult to see each annotation, but blowing it up you will then see that see the species with the circles, etc. I too have got significant experience in doing breeding bird and common bird census surveys, and I would have confidence that the surveyors, when they went out, would have walked in accord with best practice guidance, which is following transects and looking either side, noting possible, probable, confirmed breeding, and noting things, casual observations as birds fly past. Totally, I think that that would have been followed. I wasn't there, but confirm that.
Can I just point out the paragraph in the report which says what they did? It's on page 7, and a transit route was walked on the first visit that covered the entirety of the site to a minimum distance of 50 metres. This route was not deemed safe for the surveyor, and therefore the following surveys were conducted in a more accessible transect consisting of footpath and open habitats, but where all habitats could still be seen from the transect route. So it doesn't suggest that they just walked round the periphery and didn't go through any part of the centre of the site.
But it may be difficult if the methodology for identifying your breeders may rely on spotting nests in a lot of instances. It might be difficult from the centre, from the periphery, or maybe not the periphery, but from a non-central point to be fully confident that you've identified everything in the centre.
We can go back to STRI and get some further information, but Dr. Lilly does not know that they only went round the periphery. And also the characteristics for finding breeding birds weren't limited to nests. There's a list of 8 or 9 characteristics, of which he only read out 4 or 5. It's there he's no doubt got his concerns, but they're there in the report.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like to come back on at this point regarding what's just been said?
I think the only other point is with respect to possible, probable and confirmed. It's I can't remember the point that Dr. Lilly made now about birds singing, single males singing on bushes. That would constitute possible rather than probable. It's just that there is a male singing. It could be waiting for a female. Not necessarily any evidence of breeding. That would be a possible breeding scenario, but they would be picked up. And if through using binoculars or through more close proximity, the birds are carrying eggshells or carrying fecal sacs, obviously that would be confirmed. And I think STI would have followed the guidance and put that in place and narrowed it down to those that are actually confirmed as breeding rather than those that are possibly breeding. There might be a golden eagle flew over, but was it breeding? It is about narrowing it down to what we can justify and confirm. So I think the methodology that's been utilised is appropriate. I think it would be quite easy for Dr. Lilly or anyone to pull those reports, put a golf overlay over them to see where the predominant birds are. You can see on those drawings that there are clusters of birds, and they tend to be around the area of the dune slack where so the birds are nesting around the top part on page 23 that Dr. Lilly referred to. There were certainly a lot more sightings of skylark and meadowpipit, which is totally commensurate with the habitat conditions. It's fixed dune grassland, and those birds ought to be a little bit more present within those kind of areas. So the information is there, and it's provided enough information for C4C to amend the layout and provide a layout that is a lot more sympathetic to the site than the last submission in 2019.
I'm just being asked there if we think that it would be possible to request from STRI their route data so that we can get a good understanding from where they've made those observations.
Yep. I think it's certainly appropriate to ask the question. I do know, however, that Megan Stone now has left and she's taken up her own consultancy. So whether they've kept the records they should have, or whether in what kind of format they were left in, I don't know. But we could certainly ask the question.
That'd be appreciated, thank you. I'm conscious of the time, and I promised you a break before lunch, but what I will do is I'll just come back and I'll come to yourselves for one more wave of comments, and then I'll go to Dr. Dargy and Mr. Batten and see if there's anything for this item.
A few very quick points, and just to Dr. Liley, please. There is no route map before us, so hopefully we might get a better understanding. But you need repeat visits in the same locations to be able to build up that map of territories. So if you walk a route one day that is different to the route you walk the next day, and then you try and overlay the data, you're recording from two different areas. And I note the 50 metres that were referenced in the Common Bird Census report and by Mr. Taylor as the area of coverage that you can achieve around a route. The points about confirmed breeding, this is the information that is fed through to the environmental impact assessment, and if a bird is singing and on territory, even if it's a lone male, that is holding a patch, defending a territory within the site that is materially present. And the Common Bird Census methodology doesn't allow you to map territories for flyover birds and things. It's very specific about how you do that. And a bird that is singing and on territory, I would very much is present and using the site and needs to be assessed. There was a comment that overlaying the golf course layout with the bird data would have been easy. I really struggle to even read those symbols, and let alone try and understand the distribution of territories in relation to the course layout. I found it really difficult to understand. And of course the onus is on the applicant to provide the information and for that to feed through into the assessment. And I'm not sure about the approach of amending things down the line. Simply, we need to assess what is before us, and relying solely on an approach that it'll be all right, we'll do some surveys when the work's taking place, it doesn't give me any confidence.
Thank you. Does anybody else from this party? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you asked about passage and the seasonal coverage, and I just wanted very quickly, the passage bird interest, I note that there is a gap in survey effort around the autumn period. So the winter bird surveys started in 12th of October, I think was the first visit, and the breeding bird surveys, obviously there's a gap in the shoulder period, which I would have expected to have been filled.
I'm advised that Mr. Bouyer will be talking about that in this afternoon's session. Is it this afternoon's session? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Batten, do you have anything on this one? No? And Mr. Dargy? Dr. Dargy? No. Okay, well, I propose we have a quick break. That's gone on a little longer than I expected, so we can maybe give it 15 minutes So if people come back at, that'll be 10 to, we'll have another stint before taking our lunch and coffee. I'm told that coffee next door isn't actually available apart from at the 1 o'clock session, so apologies for that. Well, hopefully you can take your water. Oh.
I think the chat.
Yeah, this is fair enough. There is a donation box out there, but I think that today the hatch has been closed, so it will be manned at 1 o'clock for our lunch breaks. Yeah, if you don't play nice, you lose your toys. So thank you very much, and I'll see you all in 15 minutes. People in the gallery today, and they're relying on the speakers to hear us. We have some speakers at the back of the room. So if I could just ask people to make sure that when they're speaking, they do their best to speak towards the microphone. You don't have to put your head very close, but if you angle your head towards it. I appreciate that you're likely wanting to look at ourselves when you're speaking, but if it's possible to place the microphone in such a way that you can look towards us and still speak in it, that'd be most appreciated by our audience and the people watching at home. So within this item, we're going to look at the likely effects on species of importance, noting, however, the Conservation Coalition's position that the number of species impacted has been underestimated, as we've already discussed. And we've already considered the first element of this item during our discussions. So what I would propose is that we commence this session by going straight to the Conservation Coalition to expand upon their concerns which were raised in relation to the ringed plover. At the end of this section, again, we can maybe bring through some elements on the earlier items if we don't think that they were fully covered. But I'm going to hand over to yourself, Dr. Liley.
Thank you very much. In terms of disturbance, at Footprint Ecology we routinely undertake visitor survey work and access assessment work. And I found there are some figures in the ramp about the numbers of visitors, but there's no information or background as to how those have been derived that we can interrogate. And I think to have an understanding of disturbance, we need to clearly understand the baseline, the distribution of access within the area, how people move. And so at Footprint Ecology, for example, for Natural England, and in assessment work for in helping them with the England Coast Path, we would stand on the top of dune heath ridges and be mapping the visitor flow within the site to be able to understand exactly how people move and use the area. And that allows, for example, heat maps to be generated and clearly presented. So I find that there's a clear gap in our understanding and the information presented in the EIAR that allows us to then move on to being able to assess the impacts of disturbance. I was quite perturbed by the Environmental Impact Assessment report stating that ring plover are not sensitive to disturbance. I've undertaken a PhD and many years of research on ring plover. And, for example, I can take you to, or I can mention DL26, which is a peer-reviewed journal publication indicating the impacts of disturbance to ring plover. So, as we discussed with the methodology, the ring plover was the only species that was taken forward as a confirmed breeder and taken forward to the Environmental Impact Assessment report and then dismissed because it is not sensitive to disturbance, apparently, without reference to the relevant material and literature. Ring plovers can nest inside dune systems. They are not entirely restricted to the beach. The typical breeding habitat is the sort of open sandy shingle areas and areas with pebbles near the top of the beach, just above the high tide line. But I've seen them in clumps of marram and quite high up within dune systems. So ring plovers can nest inside the dunes. We don't actually know where the territories that were recorded by the applicant were. That's not presented in the environmental impact assessment report. And, for example, the T for 18 and the fairway for 17, particularly the T for 18, it is visible to the open beach. If someone's standing there, and I did go and check this with the RSPB conservation officer, and I've stood there as far as I can ascertain the right location, and you can see directly down onto the beach, and it follows that a ring plover on the beach, those people would be visible. If you'd like me to go into more detail about population impacts for ring plover, which have been clearly shown, and how that operates, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I'd be interested, thanks.
For my research on the Norfolk coast, I had an established colouring population, and I did a lot more colouring, and that enables me to identify individuals. So I would put plastic rings on the legs, and that enabled me to be able to say that was the bird with blue over red compared to the one with... So I could follow those birds each year. The settlement pattern on the beach was quite impressive. The birds settled in February, and at that time on that part of the wash, there was relatively little recreation use and people present. And yet the birds were settling in a pattern that avoided the areas of high levels of recreation use. So there was this pattern where the birds were avoiding the areas where there were lots of people later in the season. And I believe that was happening because some of those individuals, one of them was over 20 years old, or around 20 years old, they had been breeding year in, year out on that system. And with competition for the best territories, and over time, they would have recognised the areas that became busy later in the spring. So they settle on territories at that site around late February, but are then breeding through April through to July. The birds nest actually on the beach and on the ground, and the nest is a sort of small depression. The eggs are really hard to see. Around 12% of nests were trodden on, and 80% population increase from my modelling was what I predicted would happen if people were excluded from the beach entirely. What was fascinating, however, was that there were one or two instances of birds trying to breed in those areas that were really busy, really close to the car park and things like that. And just before I started my research, one had actually nested inside the car park, or tried to nest. It failed. Those birds were colour-ringed. There was ones that tried to breed were always young birds that were looking for territory, that had arrived late in the season, and in a sense were kind of desperate. They always failed in that breeding attempt, and then they disappeared. It would be very easy to see a ring plover nesting in a car park or on a beach, section of beach just below the areas where people are parking and the busy areas on the site, and think, oh, that bird must be habituated. That is far from the case, because I was very clearly able to demonstrate that those birds were there just by dint of it being the only available habitat left, and very soon they vacated and deserted and the nest failed. And at a population level, and that's one of the few studies that demonstrates a population level impact of disturbance, there would be 80% more birds on that site were access to be restricted.
And just going by those dates that you said there, that they settled in February and bred April to July, is that a comparable time frame that you'd expect for birds settled on cool links?
I'd expect them to be settling a bit later, but with climate change things are shifting. And I guess there is a point that there is, with a closure, a very sudden flurry potentially of access around that April period. So the winter closure could directly impact birds, be damaging in terms of disturbance, because you have that sudden shift.
Thank you. We're going to come on to the winter closure next, but what I'd like to do is just go over to the applicant and just ask if you'd like to talk us through your findings or your position on the ring plover in particular.
It's really interesting listening to Dr. Liley talking about how ring plover gathered early in February and then settled to nest later on. I've not ringed any legs of any birds, but I see it all the time on golf courses. I do bird surveys from early spring on behalf of the R&A, and yearly I see skylark doing exactly the same thing. It seems to be by the 11th of March that skylark gather in quite large groupings and start flying around golf courses with a view to squabble in and settle in their territorial requirements. And so the birds just fly around in almost like a murmuration, if you like, of a few birds, and then squabbles ensue, and then one or two of them drop down into different areas. And over time, over a week or two, all those birds will sort the territories out. Clearly, the older birds will get the best territories, and the younger birds will tend to struggle for that. But it's really, really interesting, and it mirrors exactly what Dr. Lally has just said. And so while I was thinking of ring plover, I was just thinking about the situation with skylarks on these existing golf courses. The birds, I'll come on to ring plover in a minute, but just whilst I'm talking about skylark in particular are not fazed in any way by any presence of golfers. They're there, they're singing above you, and they're so much more common, in my opinion, on golf courses around the nation than they are in the wider countryside. And the benefit, because of golf, they thrive from it. They thrive from the type of management that is given, and they are very, very successful. So every time, if you play golf, and I certainly don't, and have no aspiration to play golf, but walk in the fairways, they're on the fairways all the time, they're feeding. And the other thing that I see skylark doing is utilising the fairway as a better landing area and then running into the rough to the nest. Skylark just don't land on the nest in one hit. They actually run to the nest. They land on the fairways because it's a lot easier than trying to land in marram. So you can imagine the marram and the coarser grasses, the fall soaked grass blowing in the wind. It's quite hard as you come down from the hover to land directly into that kind of vegetation. Provide them with a pathway or a fairway, they will land on that and they will run in. And it's so clear and it's so obvious on golf courses to see. It's just amazing. But it's not written anywhere. It's not in any books, but I see it annually. So skylark really do benefit, medipipit alike, and there's a lot of those birds out here on the site. With respect to ring plover, it is a bird that you would imagine, being a wading bird, it's one of the more secretive birds, but it's quite common around the margins of golf courses. Down the Ayrshire coast, I often have to put protective measures in place to protect ring plover from anyone spreading from the land out towards the coastline. And so I have to deal with that regularly. This year, in 2024, a ring plover bred successfully at Royal Portrush. There they're building a new enlarged driving range for the Open Championship, which will be in a couple of years' time. And I went just on a routine visit, and the golf course said, you better come out here to the driving range. We've had to cordon a new road, which is a haulage road for large equipment. Large JCB equipment is going up and down an aggregate road, temporary road surface, with a terram membrane underneath it, provided just for the haulage equipment, but the aggregate has spilt out just into the sand adjacent to the road, and the ring plover had 4 eggs. They are very well concealed, but the golf club had seen that. Nobody else, it's the golf club that had seen it. They put in a cordon around the entire area. They stopped all work on the driving range, and at that time they were putting the topsoil over a sand layer, and they gave it a good 15 metres buffer around it. And the ring plover moved away when I went towards it. I moved away from that, and I sat and just watched for a while. It came back and it continued sitting. And it's just one example of something we think would be really, really sensitive to disturbance, but actually nested at a time when large JCB and excavator equipment, really noisy and vibrating machinery were going past it. It just shows that, things are not always what they seem. It could have been a young bird, it might have failed, but it didn't. And, that's, I think Mr. Aspel might also want to comment in his experience with ring plover. But to me, I just think that's quite fascinating, that something we think is so sensitive can actually prove us totally wrong and nest right where we never expected it. With regards to disturbance as well, I think we need to take this a little bit further. What do we actually mean by disturbance? There are different regimes of disturbance, different elements. Is the disturbance low, is it moderate, or is it high? If it's a low disturbance effect, it might be that the bird lifts its head up, it might run along the fairway, or it might run along the grassland a little bit without moving too far. It's just, it causes a temporary inconvenience, if you like, to the bird. If it's a moderate disturbance, it's likely to fly, but still stay within the site. That might move to another area of the site just until that disturbance has passed. And if it's a high disturbance, it's something that's going to cause a bird to move further out and off the site. But when we look at golfers walking around in a very directed manner, we don't see anything more than low levels of disturbance. Birds will tend to stay the ground. There'll be birds on the fairways that will basically just sit there and watch you going by. And as long as you walk past, they stay. Their fear response is massively reduced because they get used to that person walking by. As soon as you turn to them and start to walk to them, yes, they'll fly away, because that's a very different kind of behaviour that we're suddenly ensuing, that we're imparting on them. So the level of disturbance causes head raising, it causes them to look at you, it causes them to maybe walk a little bit or even fly 10 yards just away from where that golfer is walking. But that's a very low level of disturbance, and in the summer period it's not significant because food supplies are plentiful, so it's not going to have any impact on the bird. As I said earlier, all of these birds on this site will be present after the construction of the golf course. They're not going to fly away and never come back. The amount of construction work in the winter time will mean that they're not impacted because they are breeding birds. It's the breeding element that we're looking at. But during the breeding period, there'll be management in place that equally benefits these birds. And it is my conclusion, I suppose, just to finish here, that the birds that we are looking at and we're considering will be better considered, and their breeding success will be improved by the presence of the golf course.
Thank you.
Yeah, my experience is very similar to Mr. Taylor's. We built Castle Stewart golf links in 2006. We immediately put in some transport routes, and to Dr. Lily's point, I agree that they actually will habituate places where you don't actually think they're going to be. So what we've done over the years, and I left Castle Stewart in 2017, up to that point they used to come back every year, and this is right on the edge of a path that we drive past. We used the ring plover. Sorry, the ring plover came back every year. I don't know whether it still does. I'm not there anymore, but I hope it still does. We used to just fence off the area or ring the area, so which we actually found was helpful for predators as well, because obviously if there's something flapping, they're fine, but the predators can't get to them. And strangely enough, that's one site at Castle Stewart, but the second course that we've built over the last 2 years with quite significant earth movement and disturbance, there's actually 2 ring plovers now that are nesting on the created dunes. So what they've done, as Dr. Lee, sorry about that, has said, is they're finding stone areas and they're sitting in those. So we can then go and rope those areas, or we put ticker tape up. They'll go under the ticker tape, but anything that's above won't come near them. So it actually works quite well. In regards to many of the other species, I concur with Mr. Taylor. What you see is in my rebuttal. You'll see some of the pictures. We just don't see the birds, and I hope you're going to see this down at Royal Dornoch tomorrow. And I would suggest if you don't walk 20 people at once and they see you as a golfer, they'll just be there and they'll be around you. Interestingly, we can't tell you where it is, but curlew nest on Royal Dornoch. So the reason for that is because they feel secure inside the golf course, because the dogs have to be on a lead. Along Cool Links, we can't control anybody along the beach. We don't pretend to, but what we can do is direct people in a better way. So signage, etc. We know with the Scottish Access Code we can't do any more than that. But if we ask people to please keep the dog on a lead, we redirect them over the winter. There are a lot of the things that we intend to employ. There are a lot of the things that Nature Scott have accepted in the ramp. And I completely agree that the ramp can be updated because this is a new application.
Can I just ask from whether the ring plover fledged successfully?
Yes, all the ring plover that we talked about bred and fledged. I didn't ring them, obviously, but witnessed it with my own eyes. So.
I don't know whether you want to deal with visitor numbers at this stage.
Well, before I do, I'd just like to just quickly go back to Dr. Hiley, and in particular, looking at the scale of disturbance that was mentioned between inconvenience and displacement, if you like, and also about fear responses being reduced by familiarity. In your experience and your research, is that something that you've witnessed?
Thank you. The key point with the ring plovers was that the busy areas of the site were totally avoided by the birds. They did not try and settle. And when areas get more people within them, the birds view those as potential predators. My research was not, I was recording a whole wide range of different recreation use. The birds were not differentiating between those. It is the whole gamut of the presence of people that are potential predators that causes the effect. So that avoidance it's not that the birds are simply not present, and you do get the odd nest, as I said, but it's really sporadic. And so with these anecdotes and these personal observations, we're not clear what was there before and what is happening now. And ring plovers have now disappeared from most of the coastline around England where they used to breed, due to the high levels of access, particularly on the south coast. I'd like to come back on the points about skylark. It's not one of the SSSI features. It is a very widespread species. And again, we're hearing personal observations that don't describe how many skylark might have been there before. And I note that there are 10 territories, which is likely to be an underestimate currently, based on the applicant's survey report. We don't know what the impact of, so there's currently 10 territories across the site, potentially more. We're looking at that situation to start with. There might well be a few territories left if a golf course were to go ahead, but it would be a marked reduction. I was interested to hear about the protective measures at golf courses undertaken elsewhere for ring plover. That seems to me to contradict the EIAR, which is the information we have to assess before us, where it says ring plovers are not sensitive to disturbance. In terms of low disturbance and temporary, certainly some birds, when somebody's nearby, they will respond in terms of a potential threat. They might just put their head up. They might remain in the same place. They might even look tame. They might appear really quite content. However, some of the studies that have put heart rate monitors and things on nests, and you can do that with a dummy egg, where you place a dummy egg and the bird's still sitting. The bird sits and is entirely calm, but yet there is an elevated heart rate for an hour and a half in the case of one of the studies is on wandering albatross. See, that elevated heart rate results in an increased energy requirement and increased stress. Mr. Taylor mentioned that during the summer, disturbance is less relevant because there is more food. Breeding is a really considerable stress for a bird. The adults lose condition through the year. Laying eggs is highly energetic, it requires a lot of energy, and incubation also requires a lot of energy. The birds have to heat the eggs and keep them warm, so they have a bare patch and they are losing heat. The eggs chill quite rapidly when the bird vacates the nest. Repeated small changes in behaviour, so if a bird was to leave the nest for a few minutes, go back to it, leave the nest, go back to it, that is having a cumulative impact in terms of that bird's energy costs, the need to rewarm the eggs, and the overall health and fitness of the birds. And more of the literature is highlighting stress responses and high levels of stress hormones and the physiological impacts of disturbance that are totally invisible when a bird appears tame.
Okay, thank you. So I'd now like to take the applicant. Apologies, yeah, response there.
Thank you, sir. I certainly don't dispute the energy use of birds during their breeding period. It is a very high energy, high metabolic period for birds. But that does not mean that the birds are going to fail in their breeding response or are negatively impacted by that. And we keep referring to individuals. If you just look behind me here, there's a swallow's nest directly above the door. I would imagine that that's had a successful 1 or 2 clutches this year, might have even had 3. Coming back from South Africa, it's nested directly above a door into a place like this that's used every day. The swallow, of course, it's going to lose a lot of energy. It's going to struggle to find insects at the time of the year, but it's going to be successful in breeding right in the middle of a very heavily used building. And that's what I say on golf courses. Swallow, for example, use the shelters on golf courses. But again, we should be looking at these individual species. It's the cumulative situation that we ought to be considering here. There is an energy cost to it, but the birds on the golf courses are certainly not declining, they're getting, they're thriving. And it's in one of Dr. Lilly's reports where he says that wildlife is hanging on because of the golf course. It's certainly not the case. The birds that I see on golf courses are thriving because and not despite it's a golf course. Dr. Lilly keeps mentioning the before. We don't have any idea what was there before the golf course to what we've got now. And clearly I have no crystal ball. I can't look at what that parcel of land would have been like before it was a golf course. But I can see all around the golf course and the land uses that are around the golf course, which are predominantly farming, either arable, pasture, could be forestry, it could be roads, it could be industrial developments, or it could be holiday parks, caravan parks. If you look at Royal St George's, which is one of our most important nature sites that we have for some of our rarest and vulnerable wildlife, if it wasn't for the golf course, that would be an extension of the town of Deal, and Deal would have expanded further around that area. It would be caravan parks. It's providing an important buffer between the coastline and Sandwich itself. And all of the field systems around, yeah, they have ecological importance, but that's what it would have been like before the caravan parks, before the extension of the town. So we can gauge and gain some kind of an idea of what the area would be like before it was a golf course, or if it hadn't have been touched. And in time, what would be the fate of Coul Links? What would be the best land use for Coul Links other than a golf course, if for some reason someone comes and wants to do something with it? And in my humble opinion, based on all of my 35 years of experience, not just on casual observations, which I think is quite rude, it really is serious work that I'm doing, and it's totally, passionate and given to golf clubs, but it's certainly not just casual. But what would be the best land use out here? And I've said in my report, I think it would be a nature reserve. That's the closest we could really hope to aspire to. Let's have a nature reserve out here. And if this project was called a nature reserve and not a golf course, what would be the response then? It would still have people directed, moving through it in an orderly fashion. It would still have facilities like the clubhouse, like the changing, like the restaurant and the shops to sell things, car parks. It would still require management through the winter. We'd be cutting the trees, we'd be cutting the scrub, we'd be managing the bracken to maintain the nature conservation interest that we deemed fit for this site. And so, we have to take all of that into context when we look at a statement like Dr. Lilly's, where he says we can't judge what would be there before and what we've got now. There's a lot of factors to take into account.
I don't want this to be a back and forward. I can envisage a response, and I appreciate what you're saying there. I think that taking the examples you've cited, they are important, and I know that that's responding back to Dr. Liley's saying that we don't know what was in the place of established golf courses before, for certain, because there are no records, I think, is what's meant. What we're dealing with here is a triple SI as opposed to an opportunity site, and I think we need to recognise that. And I think that we are doing. I'm not saying we're not. It's just I don't want to dwell too long on. I appreciate both parties' position here. We've got your hearing statements, and I think I've heard enough about this. Unless there's something critical that you'd like to respond on in regard to the ring plover, I think we'll draw a line.
Sure, I appreciate expediency. With reference to the swallows and more urban birds, there is a reference, DL31, which is, if you want to explore those issues in more depth about widespread species associated with urban environments, compared to the triple SI assemblage, which is the characteristic species of sand dunes and open coast. There's the commentary about nature reserves. Nature reserves are managed solely for the protection of for the wildlife interest. They do not have the marked uplift in recreation use that's associated with the golf course, and I find the comparison really, really difficult. We're looking at an existing site that is protected as a triple SI for its biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. With that, I think what we'll do is we'll move on to the next bullet, which is bullet 3 there.
So, can I make just one comment?
Sorry, Mr. Dargy, you can indeed.
This is just a comment on Coul specific to ring plover, but there is a link to habitat information, which is what I'd like to raise. The information for the inquiry on habitat has at the north end of Coul Links. This is Dr. McMullen's map, which in Coul documents is NCE-007 on page 47. At the very north end, there's an area which is mapped as tidal water. This is on a map which uses the phase 1 habitat system, but tidal water is not a phase 1 habitat type. It's quite a large polygon at the north end, And if you compared it with map 1, which Dr. Liley has already mentioned, it's an area which is a wader roost. And I know from my own observations, my first was disturbing a ring plover here in 1988, that there is, in fact, a supratidal island within that tidal water. The evidence for that is shown in a 2017 document map. This is a NA-270-010-Coul production, NCE-009, which is maps produced by Alba Ecology, and the NVC map, which is on page 6 of that document, shows that this area is marked as SD7A, that's a semi-fixed dune, and SD5C, which is a form of mobile dune. And this area is immediately west of the 81 easting. And this is the area just beneath that SD5C, or zone of that. This is an area which, from my own observations, and these are just casual, I'm not a professional ornithologist, which I've seen birds here more or less continuously when I look for them in the breeding season for 30 years. So they're site faithful. And it's also an area which has a lot of disturbance at the moment because we have people who are walking dogs off the lead, and I suspect that they are not being particularly successful in that zone. But my worry is that information, that site-specific information, is not before the inquiry because we have this polygon of tidal water which has been dropped on the top of it. And not only obscures that island, it obscures the salt marsh habitat, which will be foraging ground for the adults at low water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything that you'd like to say in response in particular to that? It's kind of half covered by the comments that were made earlier about the underrepresentation, so if you'd like to respond, that's fine. Thank you, Dr. Dargy. Mr. Batten, do you have anything at this point before we move? Okay. So what I'd suggest now is that I'd like to take the applicant, if I may, to paragraph 6.11 of the Conservation Coalition's hearing statement. So first of all, do you understand the basis for confusion? And are you able to clarify it, or would you like me first to invite the Conservation Coalition to provide a little more information on that?
No, I mean, it may be helpful if I clarify to start off with. There are, and I can provide this in a written note if it helps in future, but if the course is closed from 1st of November to the end of March, there are 215 days of the season. It would be possible to have in that period 12,000 tea times, assuming 10-minute intervals and and allowing enough time for people to stop. But on average, I mean, obviously there may be more in the summer and less in the height of summer and less in the winter. Depending, if people play in 4 balls, which is the most obvious, you could have if you were going to say, I think the figure of 17,000 is given, if you were going to have 17,000 rounds per year, the average number of visitors or golfers per day would be 79, and the average number of tea times per day would be 20. That's, say, dividing your 17,000 by the 215 days, sorry, my apologies, is it 215 when you'd be playing golf. If you're going to go up to 25,000, for instance, you'd be averaging 116 golfers per day, a number of tea times per day would be 30. And there will be a range of figures which we can give you between 15,000 and 27,000, for instance, between average number of visitors per day, average number of times per day. So I'm not quite sure where the maths come from for 56 rounds per day, but that we disagree with that. In terms of the ramp, the 375 golfers per week is indicated as an average. Now, I accept that that is arguably doesn't inform as it should do, because that would be taking, I think it's broadly 20,000 rounds per year averaged over the whole year. Now, I accept that it would be inappropriate to average it over the whole year. If you average 20,000 rounds over the whole year, I think you get to somewhere around 375 in that vicinity. But it's obviously, I accept that that's, if looked at from the angle that you're now looking at, it would be inappropriate one should be looking at that over the 215 days, however many weeks that is, and it's simple maths to give you a weekly average to compare with what's in the ramp at the moment. So the transport assessment and the EIA are perfectly adequate and consistent with the information that Professor Bell has used for his economic survey, and indeed the figures that I've been looking at have been provided to me by Professor Bell. But as I say, I can provide those in a format for you if required. So I think in conclusion, if you're just taking the 20,000 rounds per year figure, that would average 93 golfers per day with 24 tee times per day. And that would, 93 golfers a day would give you clearly just below 700 a week for that week. But the ramp average was taken over a year, over the full year. And so, yes, I can understand the confusion in part, but when you drill down into the figures, I hope they are broadly consistent. And clearly that I don't think there's any dispute that there will be a significant increase, very significant increase in the number of visitors on the land, although golfers won't have dogs with them.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we would be very grateful if Mr Finlay or those instructing him could provide that detailed breakdown. And what I propose in the interest of fairness is that we will address it in closing submissions, and obviously Mr Finlay can do that in response to the comments that we will make in them. And then we don't need to take up any more inquiry time on this, but we're grateful for the opportunity. Thank you. I think Dr Liley has a couple of additional comments on the generalities that he'd like to make.
Yes, and can I just, you're happy to submit that and then it to be dealt with in this ever-growing list of closing submissions?
Absolutely. I mean, very helpful attitude, Ms Coburn, and yes, no, we're happy to submit that, and it will hopefully clarify that situation. Yep.
Sorry, if I might add, it would be helpful if we could have the map that I think Mr Finlay undertook to provide at an earlier stage about where it was that the surveyor for the breeding bird survey walked, and we'll address that in closing submissions and on the same basis.
I don't think I undertook to provide a map. What we said we would do is seek to obtain from the surveyor where they walked, and we will do our best to do that. And obviously, as soon as we get that, we will provide that. And if we are unable to get it, we will inform everyone through Rebecca that we've been unable to do so. But we will do our best to provide that information.
Excuse me, dying over here. Sorry, Tears of joy. Okay, Dr. Lively.
Just a couple of points. The 56 a day was from the EIAR, and that's 8.7.1. So I did find it really difficult to understand the level of shift and the marked uplift. It's clear it is going to be a really, really dramatic shift in use. But I think, as I said earlier, I would have expected some clear presentation of this information. I'd like to just check about caddies, chasers, the use of the driving range and the use of the par 3 course, because I haven't seen and I don't fully understand the levels of use that are expected on those, and I think the figures in the ramp don't actually take into that kind of use into account.
Thank you. I do note that we have the par 3 course and the driving range in relation to the winter months coming up. But yeah, there's nothing. We could maybe touch on it there if that's acceptable for everybody.
I certainly note the forensic approach Dr. Lively's taken to figures, but I don't accept that they're not clearly expressed. I also note that the par 3 course and the driving range are not, as far as I recall, not within the SSI. The driving range is almost bound to be used by the golfers that are using the course. It's not, as I understand it, going to be marketed as a standalone driving range. I will inquire whether there are figures for projected use of the par 3 course, and if we can do, we'll provide them to you.
I was planning to cover the use of those parts of the site that are outside the SSI in relation to wintering birds, foraging, etc. I think Dr. Lively's described it as functionally linked to the SSI, so I was going to cover it later and ask that question about who's using the driving range. Is it other golfers having to practice, or is it the same people warming up or whatever? But we'll come to that this afternoon, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
I'm quite happy to feed in some more comments this afternoon. It is relevant to the SSI interest as well, just that it's more people that are coming to that area, and then there is associated increases in access across the SSI potentially.
Okay, so I've managed to dry off my notes here. I think I have everything on that item. I will just open to the other parties to see if you'd like to add anything at this stage before we move on to item 4. I think we can get through this before lunch, I'm confident. So we're going to we're now going to go on to item 4, which is mitigation, compensation and biodiversity enhancement. Whilst we understand that the majority of the mitigation proposed, we understand it, and we have the views within the hearing statements regarding the proposed mitigation. We do have some specific questions surrounding the seasonality of the activities. As we've just said, we're going to speak on the par 3 course and the driving range this afternoon, so we won't need to go on to that at this stage. But I would just like to invite the applicant to talk us through each of the other points at points A to D. And this is really just for my own understanding.
Absolutely. I'll deal with B and C because it may assist for this afternoon. The month's course will close I've already just given, so it's from the end of October to the start of April, whereas the previous closure was, I think, the end of November to the start of April. The driving range and the par 3 course would also close during those periods. In terms of the answer to question A, I will ask Mr. Haspel to expand on this, but essentially the closure is being influenced by the effects on the species, the SSSI and other species. So the answer to that is yes. You'll see, I think, Dornoch is not closed in November. And in terms of ground maintenance during the period of closure, I'll pass that also to Mr. Haspel. So.
Thank you very much. That would be useful. It's just, as I say, my own naivety more than anything, because I've not come across a golf course before that has such an extensive closing period.
So it's quite common. The golf course at Castle Stewart sits partially in a Ramsar at SSSI, SPA or whatever. I don't know the exact, I can't remember, it's so long ago, but and the new course is the same. So part of the planning strategy was to close over the winter months. A lot of the course setup is geared around travelling golfers, and golfers won't travel to Scotland in the winter, so it suits both purposes. But first and foremost, it's basically to try and help the wildlife. So, and then the other point, ground maintenance, there'd probably be a period just after closure where we would need to get some things done, aeration works, that kind of stuff. But I wouldn't expect that to run much more than 3 weeks, and it could be intense one year, not intense another year, and everything there would be carried out after an hour after sunrise and before an hour after sunset. So you'd comply with any of the sort of specifications around that. We can do aeration in October. It just depends how busy we are, and the applicant hopes that they're going to be very busy.
That's really useful. Thank you very much for that. Is there anything from the other side of the table that relates specifically to this item?
Fighting over who does it. We had a look at this last night, sirs, and taking inspiration from the other side of the room, we Googled to see the top 10 golf courses in Scotland, and I can't remember the full list, but Gullen was on it, Kingsbarns was on it, Castle Stewart was on it, I think Troon was on it, Turnberry might have been on it, but it's a readily available list. And out of those 10 courses, only Castle Stewart and Kingsbarns shut down over the winter. So the likes of Gullen, where the Scottish Open is played, albeit on the Renaissance course, being a combination of 2 golf courses at North Berwick and Gullen, it doesn't shut over the winter. So our information is that of the calibre of golf courses being envisaged here, it is a rare occurrence for it to be shut over winter, and particularly from, as I understand it, 1st of November, end of October, through to April.
Yeah.
So it's quite simple, really. We don't intend to have a membership, so you don't have to keep the golf course open. Royal Dornoch, Gullen, all the other places that you name have memberships. Kingsbarns doesn't, Castle Stewart doesn't, and we don't intend to. There are other examples around the world, but that should keep you right in Scotland.
And Dr. Liley?
Thank you. I think, can I just check it? The closure is, I'd just like to ascertain the closure is from the 1st of November rather than end of October, and through to the end of March rather than early April, and one or two other points.
Yeah, that's how I understood it. It'd be November to March inclusive.
Thank you. In terms of the SSSI interest, the closure makes no difference whatsoever. The breeding bird interest, it relates to the breeding birds. Things like sedge warbler are summer migrants. The closure is not making a difference. The one thing on the SSSI citation that is an overwintering species is eider, and in the winter they're not nesting on the beach or in the dunes. They're moving out onto the open water and into Loch Fleet. So there's not really a relevance in terms of the winter closure to benefiting the SSSI.
Okay, thank you. Anything?
I don't think that really follows from any of your questions, but we'll talk about winter closure this afternoon.
Dr. Dargy, oh sorry, coming back, one more, yeah.
If there was a closure to benefit for the breeding bird interest, it would mean that triple SI, the golf course would need to be closed for most of the year. I think maybe August might work, but the closure would need to be significant. And as I did mention earlier, I think there is a potential issue about the sudden flurry and change in use with the potentially different levels of access and a sudden shift in April when the course opens, which is exactly the time that the birds are breeding.
Thank you very much. Are you wanting to say anything?
Just one quick point on that. I think the evidence from the other side was that peak periods for golf activity is going to be in the height of summer, which is the less sensitive period. So this sudden flurry, I suppose you're saying it's from nothing at all or just maintenance to some, albeit a reduced level, but certainly compared with the closure period. Is that what you're meaning? Yeah.
Yes, it would be great to see some information on this in terms of levels of use and variation through the season and things. But I would imagine when the course suddenly opens, there being some interest and a shift in use that would be marked.
Okay. Thank you very much. That draws to an end my questions here. I will just, before we close this session, go to Dr. Dargy and Mr. Batten and see if there's anything.
Could I? It's a slightly niche question in the light of Dr. Liley's position being that the winter closure as a whole overall has no benefit to breeding birds. But I did pick up before the break this morning Mr. Haspel's proposition that extending the winter closure to include the month of November as compared with the previous application would result in a reduction of disturbance to breeding birds, and I just wondered whether the applicant could substantiate why they believe that having the course closed in November as opposed to being operational would have a beneficial effect to breeding birds in the spring.
It's obviously the closure is in the winter period. It's going to affect the winter. So, I mean, I think I don't say any more than that in response to Mr. Batten's comment.
Yeah, I think that he said it was in relation to the triple SI interests. I don't think it was specifically mentioned earlier on that it was to do with the breeding bird assemblage that directed the change at that stage. If am I right? Yeah.
As a matter of logic, as Dr. Liley has pointed out in his helpful fashion, the closure of the course in November to March is not going to, of itself, affect breeding birds because they're not breeding at that stage. If you wanted to close the course to deal with that particular issue, you would, as he suggested, close it in the summer months.
Yep. Is that okay? Was there anything else, Mr. Batten?
No, I may have misheard what Mr. Haspel actually said. I'll check the tape. Thank you.
I do note that I just said close the section. I am maybe getting a little ahead of myself because I did promise that I would give you an opportunity to respond to any matters raised within the hearing statements that haven't been included with your submissions so far in relation to this matter. So I'll just go around the table. First of all, with the applicant, is there anything that you wanted that hasn't been included in a rebuttal statement or anything else?
I'm not sure whether he drew attention to the RSPB video, which is C4C52, which might give you a slightly different take on birds on golf courses from the evidence that's been presented this morning. But no.
And Conservation Coalition?
I think I'd better take instructions from RSPB Scotland, but I think the only point that I would like to make at this stage is to refer back to what Dr. Liley pointed out in his evidence earlier. What you're looking at is a comparison between a proposed golf course on a nationally and internationally protected area compared to existing golf courses And the RSPB and RSPB Scotland work very closely with the managers and operators of existing courses in an effort to reduce the effects upon such as a bird populations on the existing courses. I think with respect to my learned friend, there's a bit of a comparison of apples and pears going on here, and subject to instructions from RSPB Scotland, I don't think I should say anything further.
Thank you very much.
Can I respond to the apples and pears? I completely understand the point that's been made, that you obviously, this is there's no course here at present, but the activities, the interactions between golfers and bird life on existing golf courses, no case has been made by the other side that the interaction would be expected to be any different on Coul links by any particular reason on Coul links. So that if there's existing birds, if birds can interact with golfers in a particular way on existing golf courses, I rhetorically ask, why would Coul links be any different to that? So yes, the analogy doesn't get you the whole way from our point of view, but it cannot just be dismissed because they're existing courses. You can take a wholly different approach to them. And it's not, with respect to my own friend, just about limiting damage on existing golf courses. I would suggest that the video is far more positive than that. But that will be a matter for you to reach a conclusion on.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to move on from this point if you're okay with that.
I think the only point that I'd like to go back on was the earlier point there from my learned friend. Excuse me, I take the point that what we're looking at here is an internationally and nationally protected site. I think, sirs, with respect, whilst comparisons with what birds do on existing courses may be helpful, I think I would invite you to place more reliance upon the effect of the change of the proposed development upon this nationally and internationally important site. So it's the effect of the change as a result of the proposal that I would invite you to focus on, rather upon personal observations of what happens to birds on other courses throughout the country.
Okay, I'm happy to move from that point now. I think we have everybody's positions on it. I will just go and invite Dr. Dargy and Mr. Batten if there's anything left for this session. No? So thank you very much. It's been useful. I was delighted that you all rushed to my aid and didn't point and laugh when I choked. So thank you for that. We will be back. We would suggest taking the full hour for lunch today because people we know need to go foraging. There will be some refreshments next door for those. Please do take your wallets and donate to the community box. And for those that are not doing and not hanging around, we'll come back together at, we'll call it 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock for this afternoon. 2 o'clock, not 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. It's gone. Yeah, 7 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So I'll dispense with all the introductions, etc. There was an offer, in fact the applicant has produced very kindly a map, a suggested route I think around the site inspection, which I understand is available by quite a large email, which Rebecca is not able to receive and we won't be able to receive either. It's not a problem if we can't get it because we can be guided by everyone else on site, but I'm sure those on this side of the room would like to be able to see it in advance and, contribute to it. It may be that it covers all the points that they'd like to look, but I'm sure that it probably doesn't, so there might be other points to add in, but I don't know if you've actually tried to get it across to this side of the table. Successfully, or? Excellent, thank you. So, yeah, I've not seen it yet, obviously, but if there's any points on the site to add to that, then fine. I mean, to be honest, we can do things on the day on Friday if there's something that dawns on anyone, particularly if anything crops up between now and then, which nobody thought of. Obviously, we can add that, so it's not critical. Yeah, just to reiterate, the plan is heading out to the site from 11, if anyone wasn't aware of that. So we'll be going elsewhere before, but 11 o'clock to go on the site itself. So meet here at 9 for those who are going to Skibo and Dornoch. Now, before I start...
perhaps I can also say to those in the room and those that might be listening, obviously if they want us to amend the plan, there's plenty of... I understand it. Dr McMullen will be around because he's going on the site visit on Friday, and he's the one that's authoring the map. That outside the inquiry, we're very willing to have communication to see if we can, incorporate any adjustments that have to be made.
Excellent, it's very helpful. Was there any points anyone wanted to raise before I kick off? No. Excellent. Okay, so I've been pruning my agenda based on what we've already touched on this morning, because there was a bit of an overlap, I think. So apologies if I have failed and I start asking a question and then realise it's already been answered. I'm hopefully not going to do that. So first point on the agenda, the extent of the site that's within the Dornoch Firth and Loch Fleet SPA. I wanted to understand my position in relation to Mr. Taylor's statement. In your report, which is C4C076, paragraph 9.1.1, I can find it. It may be worth speaking at cross purposes. In the actual report,
answering what he thought was behind the question rather than the question. The site clearly lies within the SPA and the SSSI.
Okay, I'll take that no further. I wondered whether he was talking about the other SPA, or I thought there was some reason why he was saying this. What you're talking about the SPA for? It's something to do with this site, or it's somewhere else. But I think we're all agreed the SPA covers the site, right? Thank you. Okay. I just mean you wanted to raise a point on that.
I don't think there's anything to add, so.
Thank you, that's helpful. So, I want to talk about the adequacy of the survey work that was done for SPA qualifying species. There was an algal ecology report done October 2015 to March 2016, and then there was the A9 Consulting Winter Bird Survey Report, which was mid-October 21 to the end of March 22. As I think we heard earlier in relation to breeding birds, I think it was also the case with wintering birds, that the previous reporters weren't happy with only a single year's worth of survey work. You content now, Mr. Taylor, that 2 years is sufficient to give an adequate picture of wintering bird activity? Sorry, my voice dropped. Reporters weren't happy with just 1 year of survey work at the last inquiry. You've now got 2 years' worth. Is that enough?
I think it was made clear in the A9 survey and in the ALBA survey that both represent a snapshot in time of the birds that are present within the SPA. And in my hearing statement, which no doubt you will have seen, I did try to bring together the different the bird species from both periods, and the numbers are very similar indeed, in no way at odds with each other. So in whichever species you pick, whether it be teal, it might be that we've got a difference between 40 and 38 in general, although in March of 1 year, we did get 146 teal recorded in the March. But if it's curlew, the range is between 1 to 17 birds in both surveys. So I think it's a very comparable data set that we have. It doesn't flag up any red herrings or any issues, and I think we can be confident that the birds within the SPA are in very low numbers. That's certainly the case for the part of the SPA within Coul Links. The site itself extends to 1,231 hectares. So it's a massive part of the Murray Basin, and the citation, although it records nationally and internationally important numbers of birds, these are spread between the Murray Basin, and the numbers actually utilising Coul are low indeed.
Dr. Lally, you contend?
Is that for you? Is that me? Sorry. The low numbers, low in inverted commas, do not necessarily mean that the importance of the area is less for teal and widgeon. The dune slacks perform a very specific function in terms of the SPA, and that is a habitat and an extent that is not right the way across the SPA by any means. It's limited to cool links. And Mr. Taylor refers to low numbers. I note that in the bird survey, the most recent one, there's a total of 297 teal on the map of teal and 221 widgeon, if I've got my maths right, that's adding all the dots. So there's a wide scatter of records and birds right across the dune slacks. On the point about the multiple years of survey, I'm slightly confused as at least the A9 report. For proposals being revised, information is often available from previous EIAs. This is a quote from the Nature Scott Guidance DL 41, which will inform a revised or smaller proposal in the same area if it has covered the same area of ground. This information can be used for the EIA for the new proposal, provided that the data are reliable, which clearly the previous survey data was questioned before by the reporters, and not too dated, collected within the last 5 years, or within 3 years if the populations of key species are known to be changing rapidly. And I know Dr. McMullen yesterday made the point of ecological data being roughly having a shelf life of around 3 years.
Thank you. So your point is there was a gap of more than 3 years between the Alba and the A9. I think it was more like about 5 years, I think. Yeah, okay. Do you know, I'll ask you first, do you know whether either or both of those years were affected by avian flu, which might have suppressed numbers?
It was one of my points, certainly the more recent one, yes. And just for clarity, I think in Mr. Taylor's C4C 119, there's a line about A9 undertaking surveys for the Conservation Coalition. I can just confirm that's not been the case.
Did you want to come back on any of that, Mr. Taylor?
I think just to make the point again, that looking through the numbers, whether it be 1 year and the next year, 2 surveys in succession, or a gap of 3 years, the numbers are not different. If we do surveys between the first and fifth, for the next 3 to 5 years, we'll still get the same numbers. And I think we need to maybe just look at why that might be. 140 hectares of the SPA is within the site, but most of that is fixed dune grassland. So Dr. Liley is quite right to say that the dune slacks are clearly important for the waterfowl and waders and birds that are there, but the majority of the site is, I won't say unfavourable, but wouldn't be used by those birds, by the SPA birds. It's the fixed dune grasslands provide no interest to them. So numbers are bound to be concentrated and limited. So what C4C have been doing is concentrating the routing of this golf layout around the area of the dune slacks, avoiding the dune slacks, and that's the areas where, if there are any birds, they're likely to be present. When we look at widgeon, for example, on the citation, we've got 15,000 widgeon recorded within the Lockfleet SPA, but the numbers on site, 5 to 115. I think it might be inappropriate now to talk about the shooting of these birds, but that has an impact, as does other factors But for now, I think it's just important to say that, yeah, the gaps between the surveys don't reveal any large inconsistencies.
Do you think the disparity between the overall headline figures in the citation, SPA citation, and what you found on Cool Links reflects an overall decline in numbers within the SPA, or the fact that Cool Links is of lesser importance to some species in the context of the whole SPA, or do we simply not know what the reason is?
I don't think it's of less importance or there has been a decline. I just think that the SPA as a whole is a big site, and it covers all the way around the Morris Firth, all the way down onto the Cool Link site, and the birds can spread themselves very widely. As I travelled up just the other day, I noted all of the widgeon around the two firths that we came across, and on my site visit last week when I went out, there was no birds on site to record, but on the estuary itself, on the Lockfleet SPA, there were quite a number of widgeon. There were probably in excess of 50 or so in one location, but they were way off, and you could just about tell they were widgeon with using binoculars. So they're not using the site. I think the other points to bear in mind is the site is often very dry, as it is now. So if you go onto site over the next couple of days, you won't see any birds because the dune slacks are dry. They're dry because of weather conditions, because the groundwater, though, is coming up. The winter groundwater table is nearing the surface, but they are still dry, and the fact of that is terrestrialisation. These areas are becoming dry because of deposition and that kind of thing, so they are becoming increasingly unfavourable, and without management they will become even less favourable for the SPA species.
Would you like to come back on that?
Sure, thank you, sir. The survey work is a snapshot provided by the applicant. Birds pass through the site over time, so the cumulative number of individuals is potentially a lot higher. Just because the SPA is quite large, that's not an excuse to say it's okay to damage one part with the idea that the birds can just simply move elsewhere.
So could I just interject and just say that would be totally unfair to assume that the
Well, I think in fairness our position is that there would be damage that would accrue to the site if this proposal were to go ahead, so I don't think the characterisation is unfair.
I think what is unfair is to characterise our case as saying that it doesn't matter because it's only a small part of the site. That is not our case, as Dr. Lyling well knows. But I'm sure we can proceed on an equitable basis now.
I'm sure, my apologies if I misunderstood what Mr. Taylor was saying. Climate change is going to have a marked effect. We know weather is changeable. We are in a period that is particularly dry at the moment. And there was some discussion about this yesterday, the weather is going to change, the weather is highly changeable, and those dune slacks play a very specific role for the feeding of the widgeon and teal.
I understand that the applicant could have obtained additional data, additional survey material from the webs monitoring done by the BTO. You didn't do that. Was there a reason for that?
I think so. At the time of the first and now the second application, the scoping brief was such that it asked for a breeding bird, the wintering bird survey, and it asked for no more than that. And so the scoping response, Nature Scott firstly indicated that the ornithological surveys would be suitable to provide the baseline population estimates and distributions. They are, although RSPB are not a consultee with regards to the scoping, it was an interested party who took the part of the inquiry and have submitted comments on the scoping response. So it's the RSPB that started to raise concerns, not necessarily Nature Scott. So the Island Council is trying to just balance all of that. But in the main, in the round, it was agreed that the types of surveys that were being done were appropriate at that time.
I was going to ask a question about the scoping. I might have misread it, but it sounded like the A9 Consulting jumped the gun slightly, didn't they? They opened their report by saying we cracked on before we actually got scoping from Nature Scott. I'm not saying that's a problem necessarily, but clearly Nature Scott was then content that was sufficient. I wondered, it sounds to me like you're saying the council did consult RSPB, and I can ask them at the scoping stage, but they preferred the advice of Nature Scott, and they who were content with what had already been done, so that was sufficient. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just going to say that. I would say it's beyond my pay grade. I don't know the outcome and those discussions. I wasn't involved at that time, and I don't really know whether A9 jumped the gun before scoping. I have no idea.
I don't know. Well, they say I think they say they did, unless I've misunderstood it. I'm not saying that's a problem, because it sounds like Nature Scott were content, but RSPB aren't content, I suspect.
It's my understanding the winter surveys were completed before the scoping was finished, and that the survey methods were adapted from those used during the surveys for the previous application. RSPB Scotland was not consulted on the methods by the applicant, despite surprise expressed by the reporters last time, and the RSPB objection annexes paragraph 3.5, page 39, confirm that. There's a couple of other points about the winter bird survey I'd like to raise. There is a lack of survey route or survey coverage provided. I'm much happier with the winter bird report compared to the breeding survey one, but I do still struggle a little bit to understand exactly which areas were surveyed, particularly in respect to the open water, and more importantly, the functionally linked land. Yeah, those are my key points. Thank you.
Are we in the same position of trying to seek information as to where they went, or is it less critical than it was for the breeding birds?
We might be able to address that when we get to the functionally linked land section. Thank you.
Did you want to come back on any of that?
I think, sir, while Mr Taylor is pondering the answer to that, I think I would like to add just a single point here. Obviously, you'll be well familiar with the reporter's report from last time. I think the position is as well set out at paragraph 6.114 of the reporter's decision last time in the preceding paragraphs, and I don't think there's much more that we can say to it beyond that.
I think that's all for me. Thank you.
I think this is a point raised by Dr. Riley, and we're going to come on to the closure period, etc. But I think you thought the period of the winter survey missed out the sort of shoulder periods, which you're particularly concerned about, or at least you're as concerned about, which were completely omitted, and there was this gap between what you knew about the summer and then the start of the winter. Can you just explain that?
When I visited in August, there were widgeon present in the area around the Coul links. We do have a gap in survey data from mid-July, when the breeding survey finished, and mid-October, when the winter bird survey commenced. So we have a gap of quite a few months that is a key period when those birds are arriving, when they're potentially vulnerable to disturbance, and where we don't have some data. And if there was coverage over multiple years, we would have perhaps a better understanding of how the numbers might fluctuate in those periods in response to changeable weather conditions and potentially the fluctuating levels of access. And that lack of the coverage in recent years, just to flag it, it's my understanding that's contrary to Nature Scott guidance, which is DL 41.
I was going to come on to it later on, but I'll mention it now, because I know you say you were on the site, I think, this August, and you saw all sorts of species. Given that the dune-flax presumably were dry then, where were they on the site? And the site in the broad sense, or whereabouts were they?
Flax to be wet, I would expect them to be using them.
Is there any likelihood of the flax being wet that early, or when would you expect, how early in the season? What would be the extent of the potential overlap between the golfing activity or the period that wasn't surveyed?
I think, given the weather conditions at the moment that are so changeable, it's really hard to predict, and it would be. I don't think it's a given that each year that those dune slacks are going to be dry for that entire period by any means.
I think, sir, the points that arising from that, I think Dr. Liley said about the effects of climate change. Okay, climate change, that the weather patterns is influencing vegetation change on Coul Link site, and that was discussed at length yesterday. But it is happening, it is occurring, and the dune slacks are changing over time. They'll continue to change, they'll continue to become terrestrialised. That will have a reducing effect on winter bird species. The other element is with the dune slacks, and these are important for the birds, is the amount of invasives, the meadow sweet around the margins. If you are a predator like a fox and you're waiting for a duck, you can just wait within that meadow sweet and you could take anything as it walked around the margin. So at the minute, the dune slacks are not large enough. They become too overgrown, certainly around the margins. A number of them, not the ones so much up on the west side, but others on site are certainly becoming overgrown with meadowsweet, and that will have an even greater detrimental effect for the presence of these birds. And the other element of that is, for a bird to use that area, for a bird to use the dune slack, it has to be optimal for it to feed. There's no point going there if there's no food. And with the dune slacks drying out over time, the food resource is going to be minimal in those areas. And that's why they, in my opinion, are becoming suboptimal for the SPA species. But I totally agree with Dr. Liley that when I saw widgeon just last week, they were out on the Lockfleet shoreline, and that's where we'd see more optimal feeding conditions.
The role that the dune slacks play for these species is very specific to the nature of those dune slacks. It's the way that they flood and then the flooding receding. So teal feed on seeds and small invertebrates. And those seeds and invertebrates gather in the meniscus of the surface water and get washed up to the edge. So it's that rise of the dune slacks and the drying out over the summer enables, those plants are so important to provide the seed and the invertebrates that are then washed up for the teal to feed on. So that food source gets concentrated around the edge. Teal feed in cover. They're not birds of really middle of the open water. And any reduction in cover around the edges of those slacks will not only reduce the amount of seed and invertebrate material available as the water fluctuates, but it will mean that the site is less attractive to teal.
On the question of meadowsweet, and again I'm showing my ignorance, but as I understood it, as the slacks become waterlogged, the meadowsweet dies off, it gets drowned out. That's right, is it? That's your understanding?
Yes, and it's providing the seeds and invertebrate source. It's the vegetation within those slacks that is so important for the birds.
Clearly, I totally agree that the meadowsweet does die off in the winter, but it's still got the vegetation there. If you go out now, you'll still see the meadowsweet. All the stems are still upright, and any predators can still lurk within those areas. But I totally agree that the seed from these plants and from the plants within the dune slack comes into the water body as the groundwater swells and as weather conditions allow these areas to flood. But the point of that is that because it's such infrequent periods of flooding, these birds aren't there through the winter. We're talking about SPA birds that are there through the period of the winter. They're not. If you look at the results from both surveys, you'll see that, I'm just looking now so I could be better informed, but you will see that bird numbers peaked in the month of March with 45 or so in March, whatever it was. If I look at my table in my hearing statement, it might be a bit clearer. But for teal, there was none in October, and then there were 40 in November, 72 in December, and then just 8 in January, and then between 17 and 38 in February. So numbers are varying. So on that, in this occasion, they were there. But you can look at the other birds, and there's periods where they're not there at all. And it all depends on whether food is available in the first instance, and whether they feel it's optimal and it's going to give them enough energy to be able to metabolise that and function through the winter.
Can I ask Mr. Taylor just... Could be a potential misapprehension here that the impact of meadowsweet on the dune slacks and birds, obviously you've mentioned foxes, but in terms of the long-term existence of the dune slacks, is the meadowsweet going to have an impact?
It's definitely going to have an impact, and I think it's right that Dr. Liley has raised, the climate change issue again, and we are continuing to discuss this. We have to manage that. It will only serve to compromise the dune slacks in time. So periodic scraping of the dune slacks to push them back down to the water table and removal of some of that vegetation is fundamental. And we'll not lose all the plants that have been stated to be there. Those plants will recover. I'm seeing that now at Hunstanton Golf Club, where we've just scraped an area of dune slack, and the plants are coming back as they should. And the timing was discussed yesterday. It's not about whether something comes back in a few months. It doesn't matter with ecological processes whether something comes back in 5 years. The fact is, it will come back over time, and it's the ecological functioning that is so important.
Regarding the predation, there's predators. There's a wide range of predators, and some of the predators that are vulnerable that teal and widgeon will be avoiding are aerial ones. The cover that is provided within those dune slacks is really important for that. The meadowsweet point, we heard quite a lot yesterday about meadowsweet being not an issue. We heard the points raised by Nature Scotland. It's not an issue for the birds either. It's actually providing the cover and the food source and the invertebrates that the teal and widgeon need. And with climate change, I would expect some dynamism within the dunes, some scope for new slacks to form, and that sort of change in the system and that natural system would potentially is what I would expect and expect to happen over time. And indeed, the erosion of the foreshore and things indicates that could happen if the system was left over time. Yeah, that's all my points. Thank you.
I've got to say on this side of the table, if just because I didn't ask you, Dr. Dargy, Mr. Batten, do chip in, wave your hand. I know you had some views on I think you doubted the proliferation of meadowsweet, or that it was as bad as has been suggested, I think, yesterday. But if you want to chip in, please do.
Can I just come back on that one brief point? The meadowsweet is there because the birds are there. I believe that the droppings from the birds have elevated the nutrition levels within the water to a level which enables meadowsweet to become a very dominant species in the area. The other point I want to make quite clear is that Coul is getting wetter. The dune slacks are not being terrestrialised. We're getting a wider range of dune slack vegetation coming in due to the increased wetness. If you convert all the 1994 NVC survey works to percent cover, the wet ground was 30%. My surveys in 2022 and 2024 result was 35% of wet ground. Now, 5% increase is gradual, but 35% within a dune slack system. This is one of the wettest dune slack systems in Britain. The only wetter place than this is the Morant Moor. You have to go to Macaire sites and their considerable bird interest to find anything which is wetter than this. I'd like to emphasise that.
No, thank you. That figure, 30% going to 35%, of what is that percentage? Is that that's not, is that just, how have you drawn the line around that?
That's the Coul NVC survey area, which I'm putting at 152 hectares.
Thank you, Dr. Dargy. I think certainly, bird droppings are an influence, and that was brought out yesterday. It is having a nutrition effect, which is increasing the amount of meadow sweet. There are a number of points here which we totally concur with. The dune slack dynamism element. That's something I've been working with all the staff. I work regularly with the statutory consultees through England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Ireland, and I'm in regular discussion with these groups. And for years I've been talking about the need to consider dynamism a lot more within these dune systems, which are often thought to be sacrosanct, but we cannot touch them because they are important. But we do need to go in there and do some work. And it's not part of, I don't think NatureScot at this stage want any new dune slacks forming, but it's something we are doing around all of the coastal golf courses, something it's becoming part of routine management now for golf courses to develop dune slack features. They are the rarest habitat type, they are the most sensitive habitat type that we have in our dune systems, and we are enabling them. The first one I ever did was at Royal St George's, which Dr. Dargy has done quite a bit of work down there, and that was to the right of the forward tee on the fourth hole. And I remember my first dune slack creation way back, and they've been developing ever since. And they are extremely successful on golf courses. So I totally agree with Mr. Liley. We need to not only clean these areas out, but going forward and working with NatureScot, we should be looking to create greater dune mobility and dune slack dynamism. Just a point from Dr. Dargy, the site might be getting wetter, but some of the slacks that I've been looking at are certainly very dry. There's quite a large cushion now of vegetation within the bases of them, and I think that is testament both to that nutrient enrichment, to vegetation deposition, as Mr. McMullen yesterday said. Some of the GDWTE areas, the long slack that runs on the inside of the dunes, that does appear to be, more permanently wet, not permanently, but more wet through the winter period. And so I concur with you on that one. I think the main point here is that the applicant, C4C, if they are going to build a golf course, all of these areas would be totally avoided. And that, I think, is an important part. You could, I think Dr. Liley might come back at this and say, well, as we've said, these birds are secretive, they're not tolerant of any kind of disturbance. The problem with these these dune slacks, is the vegetation around them. If that's quite tall, and you're a duck down in the base of the dune slack, you need vantage. You need to be able to see to distance, because there might be a peregrine falcon flying in, a marsh area, whatever it is that needs, that will spook these birds. And there might be people as well, be it dog walkers or people with guns, and so you need good vantage. The vegetation, just because of its height, simply makes it unsuitable or more suboptimal for bird use. So by keeping the vegetation low, we get better vantage, and that, I think, alludes to some of what Dr. Liley was just talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do obviously clearly have the lack of survey data for the autumn period to actually be confident of the absence of birds or the presence of them. Natural weather events and storminess will create that dynamism within the system. There is no need, as NatureScot was saying yesterday, for diggers, and I would advocate that clearing out those dune slacks is going to be detrimental to the bird interest. Those fringes are really important. Those fringes around the edges of the slacks are the bits of vegetation that the birds that the changing water levels are influencing. And there's a crossover here with the direct effects of habitat change and the indirect effects of disturbance. So by removing cover, you're creating the potential for greater disturbance. teal and widgeon are using these sites as shelter in the bad weather conditions and for that particular feeding opportunity that there is through the year and between years. And a further point, marsh harrier will not predate teal and widgeon. They're not. They tend to focus on very different prey species.
I remember seeing records of some bigger birds, geese and I think the heron had been predated by something presumably pretty big. Are you saying there is no kind of aerial predator that would take a duck?
Peregrine would be for a bird like a teal or the waders, it's peregrine, but they take birds in flight. So they aim to flush the birds, and the peregrines hunt by being really high and stooping onto the birds in the air. So for the teal and widgeon, it's hiding from that and being able to be in the cover that protects them from the peregrines.
Do you accept that the cover could actually be a double-edged sword in that it might be, protection from peregrine or other things, but it could also be a vulnerability from, fox or something like that?
Foxes will creep through vegetation, but those birds are highly wary, and they'll be alert to any movement, and that predation would be natural. That predation is happening now, and we are getting the birds within the site.
I think, so just finally, I think, shelter, or I was going to say it's a double-edged sword, because certainly it does provide cover, but that cover comes at risk, and the birds want to be more in the middle of the slack rather than in the margin, and if you are in the middle of the slack, you've certainly got great advantage. And I don't know if it's whether it would be appropriate now to consider shooting, or do you want to leave that till later?
We'll leave the shooting till later, I think.
The other question I would just like to put back to Dr. Liley is the fact that the applicant did 2 surveys to try to get a grip on the kind of birds that might be on site, and I'm just wondering about surveys that maybe the RSPB have done to confirm anything that Dr. Liley is saying.
I think I'd be better placed to address that. Mr. Taylor, the position in Scotland is that the onus is upon the applicant to undertake the surveys to inform the assessment that is essentially the focus of the decision made by, in this case, the 2 gentlemen sitting to my left. It is not the position in Scotland whereby an NGO or a statutory consultee will conduct their own surveys. Their role is limited to assessing the surveys that are undertaken on the part of the applicant. So in this case, RSPB Scotland has visited the site on a number of occasions, as have other members of the Conservation Coalition, but they haven't themselves undertaken full EIA assessment surveys, since that's simply not their role.
I accept that, but Dr. Taylor's point, the word RSPB had apparently conducted surveys that were referred to at the last inquiry, so they're referred to in 6122 of the reporter's report. But I was going to ask Dr. Liley at the end of this session, he has referred to sightings he's made. I wondered whether those were recorded in any report or any plan, because we've had no sight of any recording or plan or annotation of where he has seen birds sighted. I just wondered whether that existed or not. I fully accept where the onus lies.
I think, coming back to the first point about the last application, I'm advised by those behind me that the people who were part of the team, when they went out to visit the sites, had their own notes, and that was formed the basis of the evidence that they gave. At no point was a full EIA compliant survey undertaken by or on behalf of RSPB Scotland. I'll leave Dr. Liley to explain the position about his notes and records and those of the rest of the team.
I visited with other team members from the Conservation Coalition. I was not undertaking a formal survey. We do have some notes of if you want particular dates or anything, but they're anecdotal. It's not a formal survey, and we had no intention to perform such a survey.
If it would be helpful, I dare say we could provide those notes if they're of any help, just to demonstrate when people went out and whatnot. But our position is that this is not an EIA survey. It's not intended to be an EIA survey, and there's no rule to perform that.
Given what Dr. Liley has very fairly said, absolutely no need to see his anecdotal notes. I don't think I ever suggested it was a full EIAR survey, but I've asked the question, I've had a fair answer from Dr. Liley, and I don't need to take any further. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I mean, I also asked Dr. Liley where you saw, given the time of year, what you saw and where you saw. I'm quite content. I know if Mr. Finley's content, everyone's happy. Good. So we started to stray into item 3, I think, which, in terms of, we've gone beyond the surveys and into direct effects. So we're not yet getting onto disturbance. Direct effects, I think, well, my initial concern is with the dune slacks, and Dr. Liley raised a concern about reference in the construction management statement to improving drainage, putting sand down and things like that, which, and I thought Mr. Haspel had said something about that this morning, and I thought I'd written it down, but I have no recollection now. It doesn't feature on my notes. But did I dream it, or did you say, Mr. Haspel, that there is no longer an intention to do that sort of work in the vicinity of the dune slacks?
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch the first part of the question.
Sorry. Dr. Liley, in his statement, referred to the construction management statement, which in turn was referring to, well, I'll quote you what it says, to improve surface drainage, playing areas at or close to groundwater level will be raised by importation and shaping of indigenous sand. I thought, again, I might have dreamt it, but I thought you said, actually, no, we're not doing that anymore. Is that right?
It wasn't actually me, it was Mr. Taylor. But
yes,
that's
right.
Correct. Yes.
At least I didn't dream it. So, do you accept that still features in the construction management statement? And I think we've picked up a few things that have still crept in from the old proposal, maybe. But you're saying now that you're not doing that anymore. That's correct.
My understanding is only the greens and the tees that will be there'll be work done on them in that sort of grand profiling fashion.
Okay, and I suppose the good question then is, do you, Dr. Liley, accept that those are, or do you accept they are away from the slacks, or do we need to look at that in more detail as to where those works might be taking place?
Obviously I've based my assessment and hearing statement on the information that was before me. No, I think I'm clear from what's been said. There are numerous examples where there is the edge of slack where it appears from the, I think those were discussed adequately yesterday, where we have slacks in very close proximity. I can give you those whole references and things if you would like. There's also numerous instances where balls are actually being hit over the slacks, and the position of those tees and greens is clearly around those slacks very much. And I don't think, well, I quite recognise the importance of dealing with direct impacts first. It's very difficult to separate the two because they operate synergistically.
No, I appreciate that totally. I think I had my microphone on. Apologies. I appreciate that. So I can look myself as to where I think greens and or tees are close to dune slack. If I conclude that there are instances where they are very close to one another, what would be if you can park the disturbance part, for example, what in terms of the physical habitat change, what would be the harmful effect, you say?
It's clearly difficult because the slacks are not accurately mapped on any, or clearly visible on any of the plans. But my concerns would be the removal of the vegetation that provides the seeds and the invertebrates for the birds, the opening up of the sight lines. So it's removing the seeds, removing the invertebrate habitat, the food for the teal and the widgeon that are using those slacks. So anything that's directly around the edge, and recognising that the water levels fluctuate and go up and down, it's those edges that are really critical for the birds. So it's the very edges of the slack, and those edges will change in space and time.
Can I just come back and say the slacks have been mapped and they are accurate, and I think Dr. Dargy and Nature Scott are pretty much in agreement. So, unless I've misunderstood anything yesterday, everybody's agreed that Dr. McMullen's mapping is correct.
Do you come back on that, Dr. Dargy?
Now, I have many locations where dune slack vegetation is located still upon tees, upon fairways and holes, and that these areas do not correspond with dune slacks which are mapped by Dr. McMullen. So there is still a major difference here, I'm afraid.
We haven't got Nature Scott here, but I can recall what they said yesterday, and I recall what Dr. Dargy said, so I need to take all that in the round. Did you have anything, Mr. Taylor, you wanted to come back on? So still with direct effects, I want to look at the mown fairways and the paths, and one benefit Mr. Taylor said would be in winter. This would provide areas for birds to dry out and roost. Simple question for Dr. Lally, do you accept that that's a benefit of the proposal?
No, you're removing the habitat structure that's important for the birds. If it's a sort of really short area of sward that provides some kind of open area for birds to dry off or something like that, there is plenty of that on the beach and in other parts of the SPA. The very particular and important function of the cool links within the SPA is the cover and the seeds and the seasonal flooding for the. So that's not having the sort of paths and things are not going to have any benefit to the SPA species whatsoever.
That's totally misguided. I see birds on fairways all through the year. Mr. Aspel has shown quite eloquently some photographs in one of his reports where the birds are using fairways for feeding, but they use them for roosting. If I go down to St Andrews, for example, those plain fields just around the university, they're used every day by curlew. I always see curlew on them, heron, and other wading bird species like redshank. They're on the plain fields at St Andrews, and they use golf courses all the time for roosting. As I mentioned in the dune slack, the need for vantage. One thing that a fairway offers is excellent vantage. You're in the middle of the fairway, you've got certainly a good area, you'll feel safe, and you can get certainly you could roost more suitably than if you were within the sides of some long vegetation where you can't see very much at all. Pathways, this is something that I never thought I would be talking about, but pathways can be really good. And if we put pathways through the dune system, it allows species just to get out of that long vegetation during wet periods, and that can be in the summer or in the winter time. They need to dry out, and certainly I've seen smaller mammals like brown hare on the pathways trying to dry. You'll get grey partridge coming out, you'll get all the bird species coming out of the vegetation onto these areas to dry. Staying within the wet vegetation could lead, to harmful effects like hypothermia and possibly even death. And so these areas do actually provide a valuable function. That's not just a casual assumption on my part, it's what I see on a regular basis.
I think Mr. Taylor just referred to the summer. Certainly brown hare and grey partridge and things are not relevant for our SPA discussion today. There was the photograph that has been mentioned a few times, which I think Mr. Taylor said referred to one with curlew and oystercatcher. I've only seen one with oystercatchers in. I don't know if I've got the photograph wrong, but there's a photograph with 6 oystercatcher. Oystercatcher are an SPA species. Their primary food source is shellfish. They feed on mussels and cockles, and they have their bill is designed to chisel and hammer to open those shellfish. those birds will feed on the intertidal habitat during low tide, and at high tide will gather in large flocks. If those birds do get into very poor condition, some of those birds might not have the luxury of being able to sleep at high tide and may look for other places to feed. And that is why sometimes you do see oyster catchers feeding on roundabouts or grass verges, football pitches, and quite possibly why you might have seen some oyster catchers on the fairway. I don't know the timing and things, but I suspect that photograph was taken around high tide. And what I think is actually, that is suggesting is that those birds are the ones that have been highly disturbed or really stressed during the low tide period and are desperate for food, which might explain why they appear tame, but also they're forced. We're looking at an existing golf course, and those birds are potentially struggling in that situation to find food. In that kind of condition, they might be looking for earthworms, they might be looking for some other invertebrates, but they're not going to get the kind of food that they should be getting at low tide. And we've got the same comparison here of an existing golf course and a personal observation, which I really struggle with.
At the expense of just talking about one species, and there's a lot more to get through, I think again it's just whilst Dr. Lilly was talking there, my mind was going about just thinking about all of the oyster catcher that I see along roadsides, on the French drains, the open drainage gravel tracks along roadsides. There's oyster catcher nesting on my local hospital roof. They are moving inland. They are not now confirmed to the coast. So yes, I agree that the main food source should be, as Dr. Liley described, but they are adapting, and the beaks are also adapting to be able to feed on, whether they feed on earthworms or whether they feed on molluscs on the coast. And so these birds that are breeding inland, it's not because they are unhealthy or because they are out of condition, it's because they are choosing to. And we get oyster catchers on golf courses breeding, and we're talking now of winter birds, but they breed too on golf courses, but they certainly roost on golf courses, and those birds aren't the stragglers, the unhealthy and weak individuals.
Sir, without wanting to lead Dr. Liley, I think it might be helpful to look at the photo that's being referred to as part of this discussion, so that Dr. Liley could perhaps explain with reference to that. If you could give us a minute while we pull it up, it'd be grateful.
Sure. This is in Mr. Haspel's statement. Is it? I don't know. Ruffle. Thank you.
Sir, if it helps, it's the photograph that's above paragraph 4.7. This doesn't appear to have hard copy page numbers, but it's that photograph.
Sorry.
Apologies, I now finally have the picture. Go ahead.
The birds do appear to me to be moving. I should imagine that they are trying to get away from. They're clearly not roosting, and they're clearly not actually foraging and probing. When they're feeding, they've got their head down. So there's clearly some energetic response going on there. But it's very clear it's a very small number of oyster catcher. I'm also not clear, Mr. Taylor's referred to the photograph in his statements, but I'm not clear when it is taken, what lens was used, any of the background in terms of the precise location, the circumstances, and season even, as in whether it's winter or summer.
Mr. Haspel can assist, and how often he sees oyster catchers on that.
So this was taken from memory around 2 in the afternoon. Can't remember the date, but I've got it on my phone so I can find it. This is a common occurrence. This is every day. This isn't just high tide, low tide. Now that might be because people are scaring them off the beach, but I suspect it's because the food source is much easier to get at. So they come onto the fairways basically because it's easy pickings. They take worms, they take everything else, and the same is said of the curlew. You see the same thing. And we've got rafts of photographs because I'm keen. I know that doesn't look like a great photograph on my iPhone, and I will concede that. But at the end of the day, I'm no more than 15 metres away. The course was absolutely packed that day, and these guys are just wandering around in the middle of everybody feeding.
It's a personal observation that for oyster catcher, the energy that they need and the food sources, for oyster catcher, the critical food is the shellfish. There is one of the references in my hearing statement, the critical thresholds by Professor Custard, John Goss Custard, which is, sorry, bear with me. I'll just find the document reference. DL20, critical thresholds of disturbance. It talks about the importance of prey abundance and the diet of oyster catchers and the energy intakes that they might get. And earthworms are a very poor substitute for the shellfish that the oyster catchers rely on. And if they were just solely living off, trying to feed off earthworms, they would not survive. They're just trying to supplement any food that their energy intake that they've not achieved during the low tide period. And we don't know what was going on during that low tide period in this instance of the photograph. And it could well be that the presence of the golf course, the extra people, is what's creating the problem and why the birds are desperate.
I'll just come back on that. This is, I consult up and down the country and all over Europe, so this is not something I see on one golf course, on one instance. This is something that's out there, so I would really like to sort of ask through the reporters how much experience Dr. Laley's got on golf course surveying and looking at them, if he's ever been out, because clearly some of the RSPB literature would suggest that they do come onto the golf course, not necessarily oyster catchers, but other things, and golf courses are good for it. And to be honest with you, it insults my intelligence a little bit to say that this doesn't happen every day.
Apparently the information is out there. I've not been able to review that information or find any references. I've been focusing on the scientific literature.
Before we go on, could I just ask Mr. Haspel's question about what experience have you got with looking at them on golf courses?
Of course. I do mention in my hearing statement some of the work at Dawlish Warren, which Footprint Ecology undertook. I've worked at golf courses such as Hunstanton, doing the work, disturbance work around managing that section of the coast and dealing with the whole gamut of the recreation issues, working with the estate and with the Norfolk Wildlife Trust to try and better understand and address some of the recreation issues on that part of the coast. I've also, in the same area, been working with the local authorities to look at how to resolve the recreation issues. And that's looking at golf in the round with the other access taking place. I've also done surveys around Sandwich Bay, around Ashdown Forest, around the New Forest. There's a long list.
Before I jumped in there, were you going to go on to say something else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
That's your answer. Mr. Hathby, content? Anything further?
Comment on that in closing to the extent that it is an answer. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Last point on habitat effects before we go on to indirect disturbance effects concerns the pasture land to the west of the railway and where the driving range and a few other things are going to be situated. I think Mr. Taylor says, well, apart from a couple of occasions when the surveys found quite a lot of geese on there, generally the numbers were very low. Mr. Taylor, I think, suggests that probably reflects the fact that the pasture land isn't the ideal habitat for foraging. They prefer to be on something with seeds, cereal fields, for example. What do you say to that?
Geese will certainly use cereal fields, but curlew will forage in pasture, and so will the geese, and there clearly are records from the survey report. And the key point is that this land is directly adjacent to the SPA. It is potentially functionally linked land, and therefore plays a role, and a key role, for the birds in terms of its proximity to the SPA. And I mention it in paragraph 5.2 on page 9 of my hearing statement. And the pasture is potentially lost to the alternative walking route, the driving range, the borrow pits, the wastewater treatment infrastructure, etc. And so there's a clear potential to undermine the conservation objectives, and those are the objectives relating to the population of a species as a viable component of the site and structure, and that clearly needs to be assessed and considered.
What account have you paid, if any, to the availability of alternative pasture land or cereal fields, whatever, just a little bit further away? Given these are pretty adept flyers, things like geese, you know, how much of a hardship is them to go another mile up the road, for example?
They clearly can move, but over the course of a winter, they need a wide range of habitats. There's some interesting work on pink-footed geese that looked at recording the amount of turnips. This is based in Norfolk. The amount of the fields, the amount of food that the geese had eaten was measured. Sorry, not turnips, beet, sugar beet. So the scientists went out and measured the amount of sugar beet that was there at the beginning of the season and through the year. And she was able to demonstrate over the course of a winter that a whole range of different fields were depleted by the geese. But the ones that were depleted most and were the ones that were well away from any infrastructure, roads, and footpaths and access. And in those areas close to roads, where there were footpaths, where there was the presence of people, the level of depletion was very low. And that very eloquently sort of captures the role of quite a wide landscape in providing food for these species on a widespread level.
Just make the point that I think we're talking about overwintering. Most driving ranges are primarily grass. Par 3 is primarily grass. They will be available during winter with nobody using them.
I think also, sir, we should mention the fact that the grass on these is going to be green. It will have more value than a straw-like pasture grassland, that in another situation. And geese do tend to prefer that, the more lush grass, because it's more palatable and it's easy to digest. The grass is there, it's no different. But I think it's a fair point to say that the geese basically will use stubble fields optimally, and when it becomes suboptimal, because the stubble, the seed within those fields have gone, then they will start to move back towards the fields. And I think that is picked up in these surveys, that the geese are not there right the way through the winter, but then February, March, there is a presence of geese coming back within the fields. So, yeah.
it clearly needs to be assessed in terms of the extent of available habitat and the role of functionally linked land in terms of how those birds are moving and using that land.
Thank you both. So we'll move on to potential disturbance effects. The first question was about the baseline. We have the ramp, which refers to some observations of the extent of human activity in the winter. It admits there were no surveys carried out. It was just observations over quite a long period of time, which identified in the winter period, I think, 21 walkers per day, I'm saying, rather than per week. I think it must be per day. Correct me if that's wrong. What value can we place on this observational data? I'll go to RSPB first.
I think it's 21 per week. Yeah. So that's a very low level of use. It's anecdotal, I haven't been able to interrogate the figures behind that, and I don't fully understand what activities that's relating to. It says walkers in the ramp, but how those people are moving around the site, it would be useful to understand that in terms of having a comprehensive baseline.
If we're looking at effects during the winter period, Mr. Taylor, do you think it's sufficiently detailed to constitute an acceptable baseline for purposes of the EIA report?
So we worked up that ramp with the cooperation of SNH, or sorry, Nature Scott. I think that was through the bird surveys. People picked them up through the winter. Who else was on site? I think that's how it came about. I think it is good enough to use. I think a lot of those people are dog walkers from Embo, and we don't want to stop that. But we certainly would like to ask them to perhaps take other routes around the SSSI.
Which we'll come to in a second. Dr. Lally?
The point I'm really making is I don't think we have the right information before us to fully understand that baseline. And the ramp appears to me to be identical to the one from the previous application. So I think that's relying on old data again, and I'm not sure it's necessarily up to date.
Okay, we're going to come to the ramp shortly. I wanted to go back to Dr. Lally's Table 2 and Map 1 that we looked at this morning about the buffer zones, which I'll now have to reopen because I've closed it, if you bear with me. Right, I assume everyone is there. So we talked about what this shows. I'm interested in the report DL19, Good Ship and Furnace, which informed that. It's quite interesting to read. That was a literature review, as I understand it, rather than an independent field survey or series of surveys. It looked at a variety of different things, not just flight initiation distance, but other things, alert distance, minimum approach distance, collated together all of the information that others had decided on and collated that into a bird disturbance response. One thing I did note from the report is they stressed that the buffer zones that they were recommending were just recommendations, that a policy decision would have to be taken by the body that commissioned them, which was Nature Scott. It doesn't sound like Nature Scott has taken their recommendations on board, or not yet anyway. Is that fair? I'm not certain if Nature Scott clearly has taken
the position of Nature Scott is not one I can comment on.
Well, you'll accept that they were content with the ramp, and they're also not here. They were content with effects on SPA species.
So they have a conditional objection based on the ramp. And so I think it's really important in terms of the assessment to focus and have the confidence that the mitigation that is in the ramp is deliverable, effective, and will do the job it needs to do. Sure,
we'll come on to that now, but my point is Nature Scott appears to be content. Whether that's right or not, you'll have a view, and the applicant will have a view, but they were the ones that commissioned this study, which generated your buffer zones, and whether they're still mulling it over, I don't know. They're not here, I can't ask them, but they didn't appear to have adopted that more precautionary approach, perhaps, that was advocated in that 22 study. They appear to have been sticking with the flight initiation distance and perhaps a more relaxed approach. Is that fair?
Possibly, I don't want to speak for them, but I certainly do not feel, and it's my opinion, and respectfully differ from SNH, that there are very clear risks to the SPA. There is the potential for the conservation objectives to be undermined, which Nature Scott accepts, and we don't have. I don't have the confidence in the ramp to address those concerns, and that approach of using the buffer distances, it's the kind of obvious way, I think, to start to approach and think about disturbance. It's a really good way in. And I did note that page 16 of the Winter Bird Survey report, they recommended doing that. And I have been very surprised that that information has not been undertaken as part of the EIAR or been presented or used to base any assessment.
Anyone decide on Nature Scott's position?
Not on Nature Scott's position. It would seem to be as you suggest it is, but I don't think either of us can take that any further forward.
I was interested, Dr. Liley, about the physiological effects that can happen to birds short of actually taking off and fleeing. You talked about elevated heart rate, stress hormones, stopping feeding, and then avoiding otherwise suitable habitat, which, the potential effects all of that might have on survival rates. And you referred to your ringed plover work, and there was also I read the penguin, New Zealand penguins. It was very interesting. Is it reasonable to assume that those effects can be or would be inevitable for all of the SPA qualifying species? Is it a fairly consistent response, you think, for all species?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I could ask our witnesses to respond to that, but I think we've made it clear that we don't agree with it. It would probably be just repetition to get them to say otherwise. But
I'll put it a different way. My understanding of your position is that if the birds don't flee, you can assume that they are reasonably content. If they're unhappy, they would go. Is that very crude?
I think that's perhaps overly simplistic, but
I think so. Firstly, we're talking about SPA birds and we're talking about disturbance through the winter period. That disturbance is going to be minimal because there are no golfers, there are no people on the site. There will be occasional maintenance only, and that will be cutting, and that will be on a machine. And birds are much more accepting of machinery than they are of individuals, of humans. And so I think we're talking at kind of cross purposes. We're talking about things that aren't kind of practical on site, and totally agree though about disturbance. The disturbance effects range from head raising and simply looking to much more severe, moving over the site or moving off site, and it can be quite severe in that respect, and certainly during the winter period. But the situation at Coul is low use. The sand dune element of the 140 hectares is not even used by SPA birds, only something like around 12 hectares of the site. I think if I did my calculations right and just trying to estimate the areas of dune slack, it would be relevant to the SPA wintering bird species. And because normal anthropogenic disturbance will be almost negated by rerouting people, moving people, stopping shooting, redirecting dog walking, the level of disturbance on site will be small indeed.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come to that point about both the overall levels during the winter and also on the sort of shoulder periods where there might or might not be an overlap with golfing. But before I do that, I'll come back to you first.
Certainly birds do have different distances at which they might respond, but in terms of the physiology of birds is generally similar, and the disturbance effects are critical and need to be considered for all species. And we need to be looking not just at the teal and widgeon in the slacks. We're having a very focused discussion about the slacks, but clearly there's a lot more of bird interest, and those birds are present around the site from August right through till May. Those overwintering and non-breeding species are certainly present in the area when the golfing is taking place, and there are sort of impacts, recreation impacts and disturbance that extends beyond the very specific playing areas, so that indirect effect.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. The recreational effects are present year-round at Coul. I suppose all I can come back with here is my observations on golf courses. Again, not anecdotal or casual, they are on a daily basis. We see SPA birds, wading birds, redshank, curlew, oystercatcher on golf courses, using the playing surfaces for feeding, for roosting, for loafing, and the fear response of these birds is reduced because they can predict the direction and the movement. And any deviation to that would cause issues. And I mean by that, suddenly holding a golf club and pointing it at these birds, or facing them and walking towards them, and that's unusual. They will respond to that. There is a perceived safe distance between these birds and people using golf courses. And it's what I see daily. My whole reason for being here is based on my observational expertise, which seems to be belittled a little bit from these discussions. It's not just anecdotal and casual. This is evidence, and I think it's been backed up by Mr. Haspel as he sees going around doing his consultancy work as well.
Dimension of the existing recreation use, it's clearly going to increase when the golf course is in place, even by the non-golf playing visitors. And I have no intention to belittle. I'm sorry if that impression's been created.
Okay, so I wanted to have a quick chat about habituation. Going back to good ship and finesse again, DL29, there's a quote from there which I found interesting. All bird species assessed in this review are, to some degree, likely to habituate to disturbance and are therefore likely to vary in their response to human disturbance in different areas. If birds are present in a highly disturbed area, then it's likely that these birds will show a high degree of habituation to disturbance and tolerate a shorter disturbance distance. Does that mean they become happier, or does that mean they just put up with it?
It's very difficult, and the literature is really conflicting, and there isn't much scientific evidence for habituation. That commentary in that Nature Scott report does not have all the relevant references backing up that statement. DL30 by Anders Moller indicates that habituation does not occur. DL37, Peters and Otis, little understanding of habituation. We have little understanding of habituation. To demonstrate habituation requires following an individual over time, as I was doing with those ring clubbers, for example. It implies that the behaviour changes over time. So that implies that there is a a lag, and that the habituation is learnt, and that change is not something that you can just sort of switch on or off, and clearly individuals are going to vary. So that penguin paper that you mentioned, the Ellenberg one, clearly different individuals were responding slightly differently, and the heart rate was changing dramatically for some individuals as opposed to others. So making generic statements about habituation is very difficult, and it's quite common in a lot of the work I do, that habituation is used as the solution to these problems, and it can't be relied on. The scientific evidence to rely on habituation is not there.
Yeah, when I was asked to assist C4C, I wanted to make my evidence purely an observational role based on my findings on golf courses. And so purposely I didn't include any reviews in my hearing report, or very few, and I tried to keep away from this because as we've mentioned in other aspects, they tend to have a double-edged sword to them, and again, if it's observational, why rely on scientific papers? I can see it on golf courses every day. There was one report though which I found on bridle turns when Dr. Liley included his penguin research. I thought, well, I think it's true that there's very little scientific research on golf course habituation. There is none, because nobody's written it down. But there's plenty of evidence in the scientific literature on habituation. I've got a review in front of me on how house sparrows, for example, do so much better within the human situation. And bridle turns in Australia, really good evidence to that effect as well. The reproductive success of bridle turns is better because of their closer approximation to people. But just putting these aside, because they're not within the hearing, I see every day on golf courses birds accepting the presence of humans. In my hearing report I mentioned the Island Golf Club, which the 14th hole runs alongside the Malaide Estuary, which is an SPA, Ramsar. It's got all of the international designations that we're here talking about. And I can be really close to those birds, and they don't move out of the way. They're used to golfers walking past, and I'm only 10 to 15 metres from the shoreline, and a golfer hitting a slightly errant shot would be a similar distance from the coastline. And these birds aren't perturbed. That made me think, well, you can see the same here at Dornoch, Royal Dornoch. You go onto the Struy course, as you may do in your site visit, and you will see birds, depending on tide and tidal waters, you will see birds at some point along the coastline. They're not perturbed, even though you are maybe there 40 metres or so from the coastline, but the birds are there. And I suppose this is, in my opinion, direct evidence of birds becoming accustomed to humans, reducing their fear response in light of the human presence. It's just a practical way of trying to get over the fact that habituation works, and it works in golf. And yes, there is no scientific papers on it, but from a practical point of view, it's occurring on many of our coastal golf courses.
The key thing to understand is to be able to follow an individual over time to demonstrate that it has become habituated. There's some really nice work that's been done on turnstone, where they were fed mealworms, and those mealworms are it's common bird food that it's often used in gardens and things, but they're highly nutritious. The turnstone are a small wading bird, and it's possible to put the mealworms out and the turnstone come and feed. And the surveyors were quite clever in terms of they had an individual ringed population, like with the ringed plovers, and they looked at the response of the turnstone when they were approached, having counted how many mealworms each turnstone had eaten. So they spent a lot of time counting all the mealworms being collected and then how the birds responded. And the birds that flew away at a big distance as you approached them were the ones that had eaten lots of mealworms. They were full, they recognised a threat, and they got out of the way, and they went to roost. The birds that appeared relatively tame were the ones that had not managed to eat the mealworms, had a low intake rate, and were therefore appearing tame, but they were actually really hungry. And the choice those birds have to make is whether to undertake a flight or whether to stay and eat. And when they're faced with a threat, that's adding to the stress, adding to the physiological impacts, and those birds are having to deal with being in poor condition. And observations of birds behaving in a particular way, without that kind of more detailed understanding, is impossible. And I think just I won't respond to the references that Mr. Taylor has just mentioned, but DL50, the West et al. Ex-estuary oyster catchers modelling, there is, so that's page 951 of the PDF. It does demonstrate that modelling, where they were modelling the energetic costs of the oyster catchers over time, modelling indicated that even if birds modified their response to people, i.e. became habituated, it would not be sufficient to compensate for the costs of disturbance.
Can you come back on that before we break for 15 minutes?
I think only to say that I concur with Dr. Liley on the feeding effort of waders. If a bird is full and it's got plenty and food is optimal, it certainly will fly off quicker than if it's needed to continue feeding, and it'll wait and wait till that response gets close and then it will have to fly. So I totally concur. But what I said is these birds are present along the estuaries. It's an optimal feeding area. They're there in number, and they're not needing to fly off because they're not perturbed by the presence of golf. But the area is an optimal feeding area, out just off the Island Golf Club, for example, or the Malahide Estuary, or elsewhere. These areas provide an optimal feeding grounds for these birds, so they could fly off if they wanted.
Okay, unless you want to say something very quick. No. Okay, it's 3:30. We'll come back at 3:45. Oh, yeah, a few questions on construction stage. Nothing too complicated. Just for my own clarification, I think. The construction phase that I had read in the documentation referred to 18 to 24 months, but I think that might be, again, a legacy of the previous scheme. I'm probably looking at Mr. Haspel as to a ballpark figure for how long construction is likely to take.
If it's just the greens and teas, sir, 3 months tops.
That's very helpful. And did I hear that the plan would be to do that in the winter, or part of the winter?
The plan I would prefer is to do it just after the nesting season, use an e-cow to make sure the areas are clear, and then go in then, get any seed down before the winter.
Okay, so it's in that kind of shoulder period, autumn kind of thing. Does that, because I think you possibly questioned, or maybe you didn't, I don't know, construction period, does that give you some reassurance it's a 3-month period, autumn time?
It provides something much clearer to enable us to make a decision. It was very hard from the material presented to work out what was proposed.
Question from Mr. Taylor. This comes from your report. I don't think we need to look at it, but you're talking about the level of noise that would be required to qualify as a high level of disturbance, and I think you came up with a figure of 60 decibels at the bird. Have you got some basis for that, or is it just gut reaction?
I think, sir, that's from the Cuts and Hemingway toolkit, which they've evaluated the different noise levels during construction effects on estuaries and coastal fronts. So that's where those figures come from. For normal maintenance through the winter time, it will be very low. a triple mower kind of thing, they are low because of noise implications to people around the side of the golf course and to golfers, so extremely low and continuous. The construction working through the 3 months that Mr. Haspel has just mentioned would be using larger equipment, but it would be continuous. And there's a difference between a continuous noise event and a sporadic noise event.
Do you accept that continuous noise point being less harmful or less intrusive or worrying for the birds?
Clearly a continuous noise has to start at some point, so there is still an impact. Again, it's implying that the birds are getting used to something. There is a need to include assessment of impacts to functioning land from the construction as well, so we shouldn't just be focusing on the timing for the course. Yeah, that's my main other point, really.
You look poised, Mr. Finlay. You're not, sorry, you're poising the laptop, not the microphone. Yeah, that was a good point, which I hadn't picked up on. The construction period for driving range, par 3 and all of that, what's your timing plan for that?
Basically the same sort of time period. It's not, the driving range is basically just almost mowing what's there. There's no real construction involved. It was the same at Castle Stewart. It wasn't a sexy driving range, if you like. It's just somewhere to warm up. But that's basically the timeline for all of the work out with the SSSI as well. So.
Great. So now I want to look at disturbance effects during the operation, so the golfing season and during the winter closure period. I now have clarity because I wasn't entirely sure what the winter closure period was. I'm now happy it's 1st November to 1st of April. How would that, I was looking through the conditions, there's no reference as far as I could see to that being enforced that way. It might be that it features within another plan or something that would be secured by a condition, but I couldn't see what mechanism would actually be in place to enforce that. I assume it's been thought of, I just wondered what the plan was.
I haven't been completely on top of the conditions, but if it's not on the conditions, it should be. And the condition would be the way to enforce that. And it would be a fairly standard, not necessarily a standard condition, but it would be a fairly ordinary condition that could be directed at no rounds during that period. In terms of winter maintenance, that would be part of any maintenance plan agreed with Nature's Call.
So it would relate to the par 3, the driving range, and the course itself, playing on the course itself, not maintenance, obviously. Yeah. Ms. Coburn, you content the condition would secure the closure period should ministers be minded to?
Sorry, couldn't find the button, sir. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Helpful. So the ramp, I think we're getting onto now. It predicts, as we said earlier, or it observed an average of 21 walkers per week, not per day, as I said earlier, and 40 maintenance visits per week. That was that 21 walkers would persist after the development had taken place, so no increase in the number of walkers, but there would be the addition of 40 maintenance visits per week during the closure period. Setting aside whether that's reasonable, because I want to go on to talk about whether providing a golf course would actually potentially increase numbers of non-golfing visitors to the site, people who are having a nose, basically. That's kind of a threefold increase from 21, assuming the figures are right, from 21 to about 61. If we just work on an assumption that that's correct, can I ask Dr. Lively what he thinks the significance of that would be?
Can you just repeat those figures again?
Sorry, yeah. So at the moment, if we assume that the observations that informed the ramp are correct, it's about 21 walkers per week on the site during the winter. And the ramp assumes that that figure would stay the same, and we'll deal with whether that's reasonable in a minute. But assuming it does stay the same, added to that would be 40 maintenance visits per week, And I'll probably need to check that that remains valid and that's not a legacy from the previous scheme. But we'll assume that if it is, so if it's going from 21 to 61, is that in itself significant from your point of view?
It's a very clear uplift. So absolutely, there's a risk there. I think Mr. Haskell earlier suggested there'd be quite an intensive period of maintenance work in November for a 3-week period. So the dune slacks provide a very particular function for the SPA teal and widgeon interest, and there's clearly concerns about a pulse of activity and that activity happening around those slacks. And that won't be addressed by simply limiting maintenance work to avoid dawn and dusk. There's clearly a marked uplift and a risk there.
So basically a lot of that is actually conservation work, because that's generally what we're doing over winter. Some of those visits are to look at the greens, make sure they're behaving properly, and just basically general sort of overview of the site. Also, if there's any damage, or if any of the bridges have broken, or somebody's replaced a bit, so we can restrict access, that kind of stuff. And whilst I sort of accept that it's before or after the sunrise and sunset, we have to stick by those rules. They're set by Nature Scott. We're quite prepared to accept them.
A slight aside, but totally relevant, I feel, is we're talking about the numbers of maintenance visits, number of people on site during the winter period, and trying to bring this back to a practical point. In my hearing statement under 5.3, I alluded to the number of visitors that you would normally get on a nature reserve. In Scotland, for example, on the nature reserves in Scotland, Nature Scott figures are over 1 million visitors per year. Obviously, that's over a year, and it's on all nature reserves. But going back to Titchwell, which we've been kind of backwards and forwards in with, there are over 92,000 visitors to Titchwell within a year. And the size of Titchwell is 171 hectares, not 317 hectares. So it's a lot smaller. So the visitors are concentrated more tightly within that nature reserve, but I totally agree, they are directed along routings, and the routings follow a set course, just like the golf course would. Another point as well, which we ought to mention here, I feel, is that at Titchwell there is access directly to the beach, to the foreshore, and the foreshore supports scotter, common scotter, and other offshore wintering birds, which are impacted by this level of disturbance. But that's accepted because it's a nature reserve, and we need people on nature reserves to fund nature, and we want to bring people into nature for all the reasons that brings. But when it comes to a golf course, and there will be no people during the winter, except for a few maintenance visits, we argue back and forwards about the relevance of that, and I think it should just be brought into context. Thank you.
This is a RSPB site, am I right in that?
Yeah, that's an RSPB nature reserve in North Norfolk.
Firstly, just the closure period is obviously from the 1st of November. The wintering bird interest is present from August when the golf course is. So the closure period is only partially dealing and addressing with any recreation impacts. And that was a point picked up by the reporters last time. We find that the proposed mitigation measures, including the winter closure of the golf course, would not be sufficient to reduce the level of adverse effects on birds to non-significant. That's paragraph 6.158. With respect to Titchwell, I've provided a map and some photographs in my rebuttal statement, and I think it's clear. It's a public right-of-way. It's a public footpath that the RSPB has. It's a public have a right of access across that route. But it is a linear route that goes from one end down to the beach, and people walk that. The people that are visiting are typically coming to see birds. Most of that path has a bank on one side that screens the people from from the birds. Rather than screening, it's on the back, so that they're not breaking the skyline. But then there's hides, screens. People are directed almost down a funnel, a tunnel, to be able to reach the hides. They're completely enclosed, and in the hides, they're not visible to the birds. So, I mean, it's a very strange analogy. It's a linear public route that's a public footpath with a legal right of access, and common scota occur offshore on the open sea, equivalent to some of the birds we might be seeing here from the beach, and people are looking at them typically with a telescope from standing on the beach. It's quite different.
Quite similar, I would say. I mentioned common scota because it's directly analogous to Ida in this situation, and that's why I mentioned common scota. I mentioned the disturbance on the beach because that is directly analogous, but to what could happen here with people on that beach. And the other thing at Titchwell is, yes, it's directed, and I mentioned it because the flow of traffic is in a straight line, and it's exactly the same as is on a golf course. And if your experience was such that you could see golf on a daily basis, you would realise that birds are settled. And I make the point at Titchwell because as you walk on that bank in past the first ide, especially from the first ide to the second, you'll get black-tailed godwit, you'll get curlew, lots of redshank, all just directly off the path, no more than 6 or 8 to 10 metres off the path. And all these birds are present in an area that is optimal for feeding. And if it's optimal for feeding, through this discussion, they should be the first to fly away, but they don't. They sit there and they appreciate people walking by because they are habituated. You mentioned, sorry, just to finish before you press the button, the ministers commented last time on the closure period. That's been extended now by C4C in light of that by another one month, so it's 5 months, not 4. And just going to that shoulder period in the autumn, that's not part of normal winter bird survey working. It could have been, and I take that point, but it wasn't asked for, it wasn't done. But the shoulder period, the autumn period for birds, that's just after the molt. Birds will be molting during the autumn, during the late summer to autumn, so they need a lot of energy to be able to function. They're cold, they're shivering, they're in a period where they don't like flying, and it's not a great time for them. But at that time, food is plentiful. Food is not scarce during the autumn period. They need to build up their reserves, but the food is normally present at that time of the year, so it's not a major impact.
Thank you. Apologies. I've spent a lot of time at Titchwell. My PhD research was just on the beach nearby, and done a lot of work with the RSPB there. I've visited many times, many different times of year. I've never seen curlew along that path within 6 metres. I won't say any more on that point. The point about the shoulder period being important for wintering birds, it is critical. It is really critical. And certainly there is some evidence, and the end of the winter is a really vulnerable period, February and March, when cold weather snaps and also the food gets depleted. So some of the food resources, the invertebrates and things present in the intertidal flats, etc., and even the seeds and things in the dune slacks, those will deplete over the winter. So there is a critical period late winter. But there is also a critical period in the August, September and October period when birds are moving through the site. And it is in that autumn period that visitor levels tend to be highest, so recreation levels are high. In September you get spring tides, and particularly high tides often, that mean that many roost sites are not available to the birds. But also those birds have undertaken massive migrations, which are really demanding in terms of energetics. They are exhausted. And they're also molting, or tend to start molting around that time of year. If you'd like a reference to this, it is one of the things cited in, or there's a link to the paper, and I think it's been circulated, a link in Mr. Taylor's statement, and that's the Davidson and Rothwell paper. And there is some text there that highlights the importance of the late winter period in terms of energetic costs, but very clearly also states how vulnerable birds are at that shoulder period and how critical it is to minimise disturbance at that time.
I think you're in agreement on that point. Where you seem to disagree maybe is Mr. Taylor says, well, that's a period of abundance in terms of food supply, so they can get over it. What do you say to that?
They can't get over it if there's high levels of disturbance, and for example, roost sites are unavailable disturbances, meaning that if the birds don't have somewhere to roost, they will quite often, even at the last resort, spend that high tide period just in flight and circling, which is really demanding in terms of energetics.
We probably don't need to go any further into the likelihood of birds being there in that sort of shoulder period. I noticed the author of the A9 consulting report actually said he accepted that geese will be there from September until April. He was saying that in the context of, I don't think it matters in terms of my survey because the geese that are there in September will be the ones I'm looking at in October. But what he didn't do was, because I don't think he was asked to, was assess whether the effect of geese and golfers being around at the same time was problematic. And I know, obviously we've heard earlier from Dr. Liley about what you saw in August, so even sooner. Is it fair to say there is going to be a degree of overlap? Do you accept that? I appreciate you say, well, this is a time of plenty, relatively speaking. But do you accept there will be a period of overlap when there are golfers on the site and birds, if not on the site, certainly in the vicinity of the site, wintering birds?
Yes, I agree. There will be a period of overlap. And just looking at the review, though, that Dr. Liley cites, the Davidson-Rothwell, on page 100, I don't expect you to find it now, it's not really important, but in the second, right-hand column, second paragraph, it says here, and it concurs, molt is a time when energy demands are high, because birds need to acquire nutrients for the growth of the new feathers. However, as molt takes place at the end of the summer, when food is abundant, weather mild, waders generally seem to have little difficulty in meeting their energy needs. So there is a degree of overlap. Yeah, golfers will be there, but it's at that time when food is still going to be reasonably plentiful. But I totally agree with Dr. Liley that during the February to March period, food is depleted over most sites, and that's when they're likely to come to use suboptimal areas if they are, if that's required, if they're available. So,
just in terms of geese in particular, the optimal areas for them in August and September are going to be where?
Stubble fields, and they're there now. You can see that all around Embo as you travel backwards and forwards.
And when those stubble fields run out of grains, that's that when, I think you said that earlier, that's when they'll
move to pasture field systems, but they're looking then for the most, I call it sappy, the most softer grasses and more nutrient-rich grasses, and they will make refuge on driving ranges at that time of the year. Food, that kind of grass is quite nice for them, very palatable.
The SPA qualifies for a range of species. We're not just talking geese. All of the wintering bird interest is present in that shoulder period. And that page 100 in that document does provide plenty of commentary. Just reading another bit. For waders, the period in autumn when they undergo a major molt may also be one when the direct and indirect effects of disturbance are high. Molt is a time when energy demands are high because birds need to acquire nutrients for the growth of their feathers. As molt takes place at the end of summer when food is abundant and weather mild, waders generally seem to have little difficulty in meeting energy needs. Even so, waders seem to concentrate on large estuaries when molting, and this is considered to be an adaptation to disturbance. Certainly, flying when in active wing molt is less energetically efficient, and molting birds may be less manoeuvrable and so more vulnerable to predators. Hence, additional disturbance causing extra periods of flight during molt will increase vulnerability at this time of year, which is often when largest numbers of people visit estuaries. And there's more text about waterfowl as well. There isn't one. So that's page 100 of that document.
So I didn't think it was relevant reading on because the next section, as Dr. Liley alluded to, is that during the molt the birds will prefer to be out on the estuary where it's safer, where they're not having to fly, where they're not having to use resources. They're not within the Cool Links part of the SPA. They're out on the estuary itself. So I thought that section was less relevant than the section that I read. But apologies if I was wrong.
Some wildfowl might be out on the water, but for waders, they can't sit on the water, so they need to be on the terrestrial, which is the edge and the shore. And we know, and there are details in my hearing statement of where the roosts are in relation to Cool Links.
Okay, let's move on now to the actual golfing season. I'll quote Mr. Findlay, because he'll like that. A very significant increase in visitor numbers would result from the proposal. We accepted that. I don't know if I want to go into trying to quantify numbers per day. Maybe, I don't know if, I think Dr. Liley had made an assessment, but I don't know how that fits in with what we talked about earlier about numbers of rounds and all sorts. Once we start getting to numbers, but Mr. Findlay's confirmed it's a very significant increase over what would otherwise be the case. I think, Dr. Liley, you said in addition to the golfers and the caddies, there are also people likely to be wandering potentially into what is now the dunes, staff on breaks, possibly family of golfers who aren't golfers but want to, recreate. This adds to the already significant increase in the numbers. I don't know, I'm not sure if any of us know exactly how we could quantify that. Probably easier if I just ask Mr. Taylor if he's had a thought on, on top of the very significant number of golfers on the site and caddies, we've also got these other elements, staff on a break, etc. There are people going to the course who wouldn't dream of going there at the moment. It's a very significant additional number of potential threats during this shoulder period. Do you accept that?
So first, can I just make it clear that a very significant number that you're attributing, which I did say, is by comparison, a mathematical comparison with what's there at present. I'm not attributing it to significance in a EIA sense. But with that in mind, I will pass over to Mr. Taylor.
And I don't know how to answer that, because I'm not sure I'm clear of the questions. Sorry, could you repeat
perhaps I'll ask Mr. Haskell too.
So basically, the evidence tells us that families do come to the golf course, but they don't generally walk the golf course. They'll go and do other things. The Highlands is famous for, and that's one of the things that we want to bring them for, so everybody benefits. So that would include the wives and children and everybody else. They might go off to I'm not saying the children would go to a distillery, but you understand the point. You might go and do some archery around Dornoch or something else, horse trekking or whatever it might be. That's generally the case. In terms of the staff, that's just a case of staff policy. If you want to control that, then you basically put in a policy, say you don't go into the links at lunchtime. You go up on the top fields and use the walking access paths that are then installed. So that's quite a simple one. We've, we obviously kept the ramp fairly simple as well with Nature Scott, who accepted it, but that doesn't mean it can't be broadened slightly. It's not a problem. Does that answer your question?
That's very helpful, yeah. Did you want to come back on it?
In order to meet the strict tests of the habitats regulations, I would expect some demonstration and information to be able to rule out uncertainty. And I think it should be possible to identify the number of caddies, the number of visitors looking at other golf courses and how they behave. And of course we have to consider the impact of holiday lodges in combination with the golf course. And I think any family staying in those holiday lodges is likely to want to visit the beach. It's the obvious point of destination. And even a staff policy, I struggle to see how that might enforce or stop staff actually, if they wanted to access the beach and cross the golf course. So I find it inevitable that there will be some kind of uplift, but I don't think we have enough information before us to be certain of what that level of recreation use might be. And I think it would be possible, if the right surveys and things had been undertaken, to come up with those figures.
Personally, I think it's impossible to come up with those figures, because if you get an event like 9/11, nobody's coming, so there's nobody on the golf course. So let's just draw that line. Okay, but then you've got the caravan park. We don't know how many people come to the caravan park. There'll probably be figures on it, but why would they tell us that? We can't control that. There could be 6 in a caravan, there could be 8 in a caravan. We know how many people will come to the golf course and play golf, but we can't control everybody else. What we do know from experience is generally they won't go onto the golf course. They may go onto the beach, but we can't stop which way they're going to go to the beach, just like we can't stop people walking across the links.
Yeah, well, you'd be making it a lot easier for them to walk across the golf course to get to the beach. You'd accept that?
Yes.
Thank you.
We will come to that in a second.
The use of the Granite Island Home, the caravans and things, that's existing use. At Footprint Ecology, we regularly do visitor assessments where we look and accurately describe the baseline and make predictions of future use. And it is quite possible to look at other sites or to interview people and to understand where they're coming from, how they're behaving, and to build that, to present an accurate picture of the current baseline and how it's likely to change in the future. And at the moment, I feel like the details before us in terms of trying to assess this are really uncertain, really difficult to understand.
I'd like to talk to a point, I think Dr. Dargy possibly raised it, maybe Dr. Liley as well, about removal of scrub within the course, which we talked about yesterday, but the downside potentially might be making golfers more visible to birds and the potential for flushing, etc., as a result of that. Maybe, Dr. Dargy, do you want to talk to me about that?
Yes, it's a point which I made both within my hearing statement and also in the maps which I provided you with for your own unaccompanied visit. My worry concerns the core path as it passes the path leading to hole 10, the first fairway, and then along that path southwards to hole 11. At the moment, there is a slack present, which is quite deep. It has plenty of fodder there, but it has a scrub screen, which is narrow at the north end, but which widens, and the scrub is actually into wet woodland at its southern end. That is a very effective screen at the moment, And I feel that this particular slack is well used by teal, and that it might not have been picked up particularly accurately by the two winter bird surveys which have been done. Now, my first intimation of this was being a member of the 2019 inquiry, site visit, walking past, when a flight of at least a dozen and perhaps 20 teal were disturbed by the inquiry. And unfortunately, and one of the reporters had his binoculars on those teal in seconds. So it was known, it was seen. Now, that scrub runs over much of the closest part of hole 11, the footprint, adjacent to the core path. It would have to be removed in that zone, and that means that the immediate proximity of the southern end of the dune slack would make it visible, any birds in that area, visible to anybody, and I think I've dropped on the map a 200-metre buffer. So anybody coming, for instance, onto the skyline from Coul Farm, at the top of the raised beach there, they are within the 200-metre distance of the slack where the teals might be located. And what I'd like to know, if you could ask the applicants, what routes would the maintenance vehicles be taking? Assuming that they would clear the scrub in that area, what routes would they take? Would they follow the existing track down from Coul Farm onto the core path? Because they would be immediately visible. So any birds using that area in the winter might be affected.
Thank you. Is that existing track? I'm looking on the.
It is an existing track. Yes.
Yeah. Is that the one that comes out near the old railway?
Yes, it is. The immediate railway, immediately to the south.
I know what you mean. Yeah. So the point is the position of the 11th fairway, or the bit to the east of the core path, is to be formed within an area that is currently, or part of anyway, some scrub which provides effective screening for teal. Do you accept that that's going to create an increased risk of disturbance of those teal, or whatever's using the slack, from golfers and others?
I would suggest no, sir, and the reason being is that all you're looking at there in the winter period for teal is maintenance. And I think Chris can answer the routing for the maintenance equipment, but in essence, any disturbance is going to be extremely low. Just to further bolster this kind of discussion, golf courses need scrub, and they need scrub from a strategic point of view. It adds to the visibility of the golf holes, it adds to the hole protection, sometimes it adds to the strategy, to the plane of the hole, and sometimes it adds to the history as well of the site, where it's been there for a long time. And so we try to manage it, or I try to manage it with golf clubs, so it's present where it's needed and not present where it's not needed. So from a management point of view, the scrub could be targeted closer to the golf holes, if that's the requirement, together with localised areas away from the more secretive and sensitive species such as grasshopper warbler, etc. And so I suppose what I'm saying here is that scrub is not situated in an unchanging environment. It can be removed in certain areas and it can be brought in others. And so, like I said, the only concern really for all 11 with the scrub band would be with respect to maintenance during the winter, because the rest of the year it wouldn't be applicable.
Except during the overlap, which you've accepted would happen
in August.
Yeah. So are you saying?
Except it wouldn't really happen because we've just affirmed that teal and the wading birds would be out on the estuary. And we didn't get to the point that the waders, in particular red-shank curlew godwits, etc. If they're there, they would be around the margins. The teal widgeon would be out on the water, that kind of thing. So they're not within the site at that time.
Okay, I'll go to RSPB in a second, but am I right in thinking what you're saying is there might be potential to microsite the 11th fairway a bit to retain some scrub screening, or you're not going as far as saying that? The layout as shown has the fairway right up against the dune slack, but are you saying maybe there's potential to microsite a bit of a buffer?
I'm thinking if the scrub was removed in that instance, Dr. Dargey's point would still be not that relevant because the birds aren't there until the winter time, at which time it is just the maintenance equipment and no golfers, so it's just the maintenance traffic backwards and forwards. But that would be on 1 or 2 occasions per week through the winter period.
Okay, I understand. You're not offering to microsite it away. You're saying it's not. It doesn't need it because it's not an issue.
It's that much of a problem. But certainly, I feel as a conservationist, I would like to ensure there is sizable pockets of scrub on the golf course that don't take away the vegetation interests of the SPA and the SSSI, and they will be sited to offer interest for birds and conservation, but aligned to provide the golfing interests as well. Because there is this discussion all the time about how we need to remove scrub from this site, which is becoming increasingly unfavourable. So we need to keep it where we need it, and we need to take it out where it's not needed, i.e. in the dune heath and that kind of thing.
My single response would be that there is a risk that teal would be using this early in the winter period, in the autumn period as well. It all depends when the dunes flood. The most recent period where we had very early flooding was in late 2018. It was an incredibly wet autumn that time, to the extent that when the 2017 application hydrological work was done, that was done starting in early January, the site was absolutely awash. And it's one of the reasons why we had these statements that water was impounded and couldn't reach through. It was really, really exceptional site conditions at the time. And these slacks were wet then. I have no information at all of any teal use at that stage in time. The other information is that the map which Dr. Hanson put together yesterday and submitted shows you the extent of flooding that will occur, and that will be flooding occurring at any time of the year, and it's not related to seasonal flooding. So these slacks are likely to be flooding for longer. They will be more extensive in size, and we may well be dealing with higher numbers of teal because of the increased amount of food resources that they might have in that sort of circumstance. But a lot of this is speculation on my part. Thank you.
I entirely agree with Dr. Dargey's points, and that variability in the flooding. We need to be considering that the teal and widgeon and the use of the slacks is taking place at the period that the Gulf is also taking place. And Appendix ES3, the site master plan layout, shows lines of play that are directly over slacks. So that's the balls going over the top, and that's hole 3, hole 9, 10, 11, 17 and 18, I think. So there's various areas where birds will be very clearly visible, where people will be very clearly visible within the golf course. Just to flag some, the tee for 18 is visible to the open beach. The tee for hole 4 and the green for tee 3 are both visible to the main roost on Lockfleet. So any operations or people will be, any presence of people on the high points there, albeit it's quite distant, there is the scope for disturbance. The middle green for 17 is one that I particularly flag. It's almost like a little island in the middle of the slack. It is almost surrounded by slack. And I suggest that might be a useful place to visit in the site visit. I find none of these impacts summarised or considered in the EIAR. There's the summary table on section 5.10 on page 108. It does not document disturbance effects to the level we need and to the requirements of the HUD's regs.
Thank you, sir. I think only to firstly to the points of Dr. Dargy, who said it was an exceptional event, and that was an event that was 6 years ago. So if we're looking at these events, they are exceptional. They are likely to increase, perhaps, but it might be a 1 in 10-year event, it might be a 1 in 50-year event, a 1 in 200-year event. These things are not regular events. And I think the clue there is in the word exceptional. Dr. Lyley's point about golf balls going over the dune slacks. The golf ball is not going to have any nutrient-enriching effect. That's part of the joke. But it might fall within the slack area, and it might sit there until the golfer finds it. No one ever owns a golf ball, so I'm told. You just keep finding everyone else's. And it would sit there until someone finds it, and they would take it and play it. But if a ball flies over a dune slack, it's not going to impact on wintering birds, because there are no wintering birds, so there is no golf during the winter period. So I don't really understand. There will be no disturbance effect in respect of that at that time of the year. And that's it. Thank you.
So just to go back to Castle Stewart, there's a core path that goes all the way through to beaches both ends. We haven't seen increased traffic on that at all. That's part of a path which will go all the way from Ardesea to Inverness. Second part's being constructed at the moment, and people are more than welcome, if the dogs are under control, to walk that path, no problem at all. We don't see that. It's just, if you see 100 people a year, you'd be lucky. To Dr. Dargy's point, and I was on the same walk with him, I don't remember 20 teal flying off, so maybe I was looking the other way. But it'll be interesting to see how many we see tomorrow. I think the signage for the proposed ramp can help a lot of the issues we've got, especially with dog walkers. I note that Mr. Lilly says that Titchwell Marsh people are stood high. That's the same on the High Dune. Now, if you stood on the back tee on the 18th at the High Dune, you can see the beach, but the likelihood is there's been several dog walkers along there in summer anyway. So I don't see that will be a massive impact on what would possibly be there, because the dogs would have frightened them away. I think, going back to Mr. Taylor's point, I believe in habitualisation of birds. I've seen it right through my career, and I think you can ask any greenkeeper and they'll tell you the same thing. And I think that's my points on this for now.
Can I just say, just thinking about the overlap period, the wintering birds who've arrived during that overlap period, even if they're not on the site, if they're on the beach or in the sea, and we know that during that overlap period, the number of people visible on the skyline standing on the 18th will be very, very significantly, or significantly, I can't remember the word, but there'll be a lot more people there than perhaps would otherwise have been there for those birds who haven't been habituated because they just arrived. That's not going to have an effect, or is it, surely?
I should say that's the back tee, and there'll be very few people visiting that back tee unless they want a photo opportunity, which...
And I think that, as we said, the majority of the birds will be on the estuary, not on the coastline, during the summer, during that over that period.
The teal, widgeon and widgeon are present in the slacks whenever there's, potentially whenever there's water in the period between August and into April. The slacks regularly hold water into April. I'm surprised Mr. Taylor doesn't recognise that a ball flying overhead, the noise and might be disturbing to any birds in that slack. And I think that the presence and the importance of the slacks and variable numbers and changeability through the seasons are reflected in my hearing statement 5.10 to 5.12, if it's useful to have those references. Are we getting to signage later?
We're getting to mitigation, compensation, enhancement, of which the ramp and everything, the shooting, it's all coming up very soon. So, yes.
I won't talk about signage.
Thank you, sir. It's in response to a question that you had a few minutes ago. You mentioned microsighting, and I wondered if I might, through you, ask the applicants to give me the reference to where microsighting is considered within the EIER, and to confirm the precise limit of deviation that would be applied, because I'm afraid we can't find it. Thank you.
A lot of notice of that question, so we'll come back when we've had a chance to look at it, which is probably not going to be today.
Yeah, that's fine. Microsighting was talked a lot about, I think, last time. I think Mr. Haspel said possibly we don't need microsighting because we've designed it right the first time, but I'm quite happy if we can maybe talk about that tomorrow, if you've got an answer to that, unless Mr. Haspel knows.
I think we'll still need some microsighting. I would recommend it, to be honest. So,
I think, sir, with microsighting, if I was ECOW on that site and I was thinking that this is going through a particularly sensitive area of Lichen-Rich Heath, I would be asking that the applicant considers that hole and there is possibility to move it one way or the other. I think there'd probably be a lot more intransigence during the last period because of, there was a recognised golf course architect, had his own ideas about what he wanted, and certainly a lot more, I suppose, a lot less able to kind of change his views as architects, maybe. But I think on this occasion, there's a lot more scope to develop the application and still get the result that's wanted at the end.
Well, we'll get an answer hopefully by tomorrow, certainly by the end of this session this week, as to what sort of distances would be required, if you can define it in those terms. And if that's been incorporated into the assessment, I don't know.
Thank you, I'm much obliged.
Okay, I wanted to move on finally to mitigation, compensation, enhancement. Shooting first, I think. I think the estimate was about 7 trips of 4 shooters over the winter. There was a point about shooting specifically in Goodship and Furness when they talked about habituation. Their conclusion was that from their summary of other studies that had looked into the shooting, the note I have is habituation may be prevented in some locations depending on other factors such as where birds are exposed to shooting, which I interpreted to be when shooting's happening, the birds never kind of relax. So, question for Dr. Liley is, surely the cessation of shooting has got to be a good thing, even if there are other sources of disturbance throughout the winter, which we'll come to. Shooting's got to be more than just a loss of more those that die as a benefit. It's got to be, if you believe Goodship and Furness, there's got to be another benefit, which is that the birds are a bit more chilled, shall we say.
Absolutely, there's a clear benefit, and it's a positive step. But shooting is still possible on the foreshore. Shooting could still take place and be even displaced to the surrounding land just outside. That's not big enough for the birds to have the concept of some kind of refuge, or even to learn that. The current level of shooting, I think the figure of 7 is from my hearing statement. That was my estimate based on the information in the ramp, but it has since been confirmed that it's 5 visits per year. So that's the Abel-Smith hearing statement, page 14, and table 2 of page 15, C4C091, paragraph 47, page 6. So the level of shooting currently is really low, and that could be displaced just outside. Shooting will also take place in other areas around Lock Fleet. Those birds are moving around the site. The presence of people is going to, they'll be jittery from that shooting. The presence of people will continue to make them jittery. So that, I don't see any way that the cessation of winter shooting could be relied on as mitigation, as effective mitigation in terms of the HABS regs. And I note that the reporters last time did not accept the cessation of shooting alongside other measures as sufficient to address the impacts identified. And that's paragraph 6.158 of the previous report.
So perhaps I can respond. I don't know what is proposed to be shot on the foreshore by way of displacement, but it wouldn't be teal or widgeon. And unless Dr. Liley is suggesting that something else would be shot there, it seems to be a hypothetical point. As to displacement of shooters, there's no evidence of potential displacement. Mr. Abel-Smith has confirmed that all his land will be covered by the ban. And as to the reference to, well, it may, Dr. Liley doesn't know, be happening elsewhere in Lock Fleet. Dr. Liley seems to be, on the one hand, saying, yes, you can have regard to the wider SPA, but in many of his other answers saying, no, you can't. There's an inconsistency there. But what we're concerned about is shooting disturbing birds on this particular bit of land, and whilst Dr. Liley suggests that it will be an advantage, he then seeks to undermine that concession by saying that it can't be relied upon. We don't accept there's any substance in any of the 3 reasons he's put forward as to why it can't be relied upon, for the reasons I've given.
I assume you can't say you know for a fact that shooting was already happening elsewhere, or can you, within the SPA?
We're staying just near Dornoch. There was shooting happening around the fields just 2 days ago. So clearly there is shooting activity in the surrounding landscape.
There was shooting at lunchtime.
Was that shooting? Can you say for the fact that was shooting within the SPA?
No, but it was potentially affecting the functionally linked land, with which some of the birds associated with the SPA might be using. The teal and the widgeon they're clearly not in the dune slacks all the time. So the birds are moving around the whole site. I think that's clear and has been consistently clear by the information I've presented.
Can we move on to the ramp? So an element of the measures to discourage public access during the closed period would be the removal of walkways where practical and the use of signage. I'm not sure what where practical means, and I don't know if it's yet been decided precisely where on the course those walkways would be interrupted, but it's fair, is it not, that people are likely to be attracted to come and have a nose at this world-class golf course when they think it's closed, and nobody's going to complain, exercising their public rights to get on the site, and they will find a way to get all the way through the site and onto the 4 June if they possibly can, however much you might try to stop them. Do you accept it's going to be an attractor of additional people who wouldn't otherwise try and struggle through what's fairly inhospitable terrain at the moment. The fact that there's a world-class golf course suddenly there for them to look at.
To me, sir, no, we don't see that at Castle Stewart. But, yeah, maybe Cool Links is different. Kingsbarns is the same. People generally don't wander into the golf course. They'll stay on the main paths, which in this case is obviously on that top. But may be considered in the ramp to be... We can't move it, but we can suggest people go elsewhere.
I think also, sir, I've seen it the same on many golf courses. We mentioned St George's. On a number of occasions, there are pathways across, and people tend to respect the paths. I'm just thinking here about picnicking, kite flying, all of the recreational activities that people like to do, but people don't tend to stop and do that. Those activities when they're crossing a golf course. If there are footpaths available, they tend to use them, and I think that, there is a recognised danger. I think any signage needs to kind of make the point without it being statutory, if you like, or it needs to be soft in its approach, just to say, just be careful, because there is a right to roam here in Scotland, but I think generally people understand the nature of these places.
Access to the beach. The area of the beach is going to be used by the roosting waders and things. It's clearly quite important. And people, I think, will be highly likely to try and cross the golf course to access the beach. It's not clear to me whether the holiday lodges will be open. The lodges will be open through the winter. So the increased access on the beach is clearly a risk. But then also anyone that's looking to do a kind of circular walk is likely to and I think the point to see the golf course is highly plausible. If someone then does start walking through in the golf course and they're following the paths, if they get to a crossing point that's removed and they're sort of 3/4 of the way through the walk, they're going to look for an alternative crossing point, or they're going to walk along the shore of the loch to try and find an alternative route. There's a reference, DL45, that's Swan, that I think is quite interesting. It refers to the loss of a wader roost at Royal Dornoch when the track that goes alongside was put in. So there's clearly a precedent, and there's clearly risks here and concerns. And of course, the lifting of the boardwalks and the crossing points isn't relevant for the period when the golf course is open. So it's only dealing with part of the problem as well.
Comments on that?
So we don't. Mr. Haspel's made it clear that there's well, firstly, the holiday lodges are not part of this application, as you've made clear. Dr. Liley can obviously refer to them, but Mr. Haspel's made clear that despite the apparent attraction of using a golf course and a top golf course, it hasn't attracted more visitors. Dr. Liley has no evidence to the contrary. The evidence of people walking along the beach or using it as a circular path, they can do that at present. If you're a local, you will soon become aware, if you're not aware before you start out, that the bridges are removed during the winter time. So you're either going to be affected by that or you're not. But if you are, it's not going to be something that you're going to come across unexpectedly.
Sir, I say this in an effort to be helpful. You will have been aware of correspondence that predated the commencement of the hearing sessions and the Coalition's position on cumulative and in combination assessments. It may be more helpful if this is dealt with by way of closing submissions. I'm very content to do so, but Mr Finlay will be well aware that the holiday lodges have been consented. An in combination or cumulative assessment was not undertaken at the time of that, and so therefore it falls in our submission to you, sirs, to perform that in combination cumulative assessment here, and I think that's all really that I want to say at this point, but we will address it in closing. Thank you.
So that was all I had in terms of my questions. I'll ask this side of the room, if you have any further points that we haven't covered that you'd like to raise, maybe Conservation Coalition first. I'll give you a few seconds to get your thoughts.
Sir, I wonder, could we maybe have a 5-minute break? I think Dr. Liley has a few points that he would want to raise, and it might be helpful if we could, pull them together in a...
Should we say, what is it now, 4:45? Should we wait until 5, just get plenty of time?
That would cause me, if it's 5 minutes, could it possibly be 5 minutes?
Well, yeah, I was doing it for your benefit, actually, Mr. Finlay. I'm content, I know you have things to do.
I'll put my call back to 5:30, but I would... if he could finish by 5, I'd be eternally grateful.
We will do our very best. I don't anticipate that will be a problem, sure.
Okay, Ms. Cohen, did you have any issues, further issues?
I have lots of issues, but not perhaps for sharing. Sir, we've had a quick discussion. We will circulate a draft condition dealing with events. Essentially, to take this very shortly, we are not comforted by the level of information about environmental assessment of events and the level of events, frequency, etc. Current condition relates only to traffic and access management. So what we've agreed is we will produce a draft condition which will be considered by C4C, although I'm now struggling to remember the precise wording. I think you would be prepared to accept a condition, no professional events, that's it. So we will work behind the scenes to do that. Other than that, micrositing, obviously, which was discussed earlier, Dr. Liley wants to speak to you about signage, and I think that's it. Thank you.
And hopefully just a relatively brief point. I don't think we can rely on signage to provide the certainty of effective mitigation as required by the HABS regs. I've got various concerns about it. The RSPB Scotland experience at Brora is mentioned in the reporters, recognised by the previous reporters, and that's around dog walkers often ignoring signage, asking them to keep dogs on a lead. Of course, the proposals here, there is some information on signage in the ramp, but the damage. On the maps in the ramp, there are some little asterisks that seem to indicate where the signage might be, but I think the damage would be done by the time people reach those locations, particularly, for example, the dog running ahead. And the winter signage isn't even proposed in some key areas that are potentially sensitive. And of course, you can't enforce people's behaviour in response to the signs. It's just wording on a board. So I just wanted to raise those points. Thank you.
Just 2 points. Signage is obviously going to be part of a suite of measures of mitigation, but we're happy to work with others on signage. I've been asked to make that point. In respect to a previous point was made about the holiday accommodation, if you accept it from me at this time of night, I'd be grateful, but those sitting behind me indeed I'm staying tonight in holiday accommodation, and one of the reasons we're able to stay in it tonight is that holiday accommodation falls off, the use of it falls off a cliff at the end of, October, certainly by November, and doesn't get going again until at the earliest Easter and then to May. So in terms of use of holiday accommodation for the beach in the winter period, it's going to be limited, and I'm told that at Dornoch, which is a members course, which Cool Links is not going to be, of the tea times booked for Friday as an example, I think 8 out of 9 are members, and no doubt local members, so that it's an indication of the use of the holiday accommodation.
Sir, I wondered if I might come back with a helpful suggestion. Happy to provide you and anybody else with the details of the excellent Airbnb that we're staying in, which is available all year round if you're short of holiday accommodation. It's in Dornoch, it's very good.
It's the availability is not the issue. Our accommodation is available now. It's whether it's the reason we're able to make use of it is that it's not in use by normal holidaymakers. So it's no surprise when our friends found an Airbnb.
Okay. Well, I'm sure the whole issue about whether the significance of or the importance of the in combination effect of what you say might be an empty holiday let or a little used holiday let in combination with what's going on the golf course, that'll be dealt with in closing, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, nothing else. No, before I forget, on the question of conditions, I think you probably know, but Mr. Campbell had asked how long he would get, and I think we said, I think it was a week after the hearing sessions close, so I think it was a week on Friday, was when we were hoping to get final submissions on conditions. But to be honest, that's not set in stone, but it's certainly not the requirement that we expect everything to be resolved by the end of this week or anything. We've got a kind of a first draft of conditions that the council is happy with. I was conscious everyone else is going to have time to chip into that. We may want to think about conditions as well. So, if it's possible by a week Friday to get for you to have suggested conditions and the applicant to have commented on that will be great, but it's not the end of the world if we can't do it by then, because there's a fair delay until we have closing and everything. So there's time to think about conditions. Dr. Daggy, did you want?
Is that on the conditions issue, sir? Is that on the conditions issue?
Yes. Originally we planned to have a session on conditions on Friday, which we decided wasn't necessary, which freed up the space to have the accompanied site visit. So Mr. Campbell had said, how long have we got to comment in writing on conditions? I said a week Friday, but to be honest, that's not a hard and fast deadline. We'll consider submissions later than that if they have to be.
And I'll communicate it to Mr. Campbell. Thank you.
Mr. Batten, anything from you?
Point.
The ramp is the mitigation for the appropriate assessment. And I've looked quite carefully at the work which has been done for the appropriate assessment as part of this application. As part of this, I obtained FOI from NA-270 on the work that they've done for it, and it appears to be largely a repeat of the work which they did for the 2017 application. They've taken no account of the reporter's decision to reverse their decision of no significant impact. And I was hoping that they'd reviewed the bird information that was available for the site. In the case of Highland Council, I was present at the Northern Planning Applications Committee meeting, and the appropriate assessment was handed out at that meeting, and the councillors were given 10 minutes to read it. So it was not in the actual papers. And looking at the details of the work and an FOI to Highland Council, they had obviously not done their own FOI. They were the appropriate assessment. They were relying upon the guidance which they'd had from NA-270, which goes all the way back to 2017. So I thought I'd raise those issues with you in the context of the ramp probably needing still major changes to provide sufficient mitigation. Thank you.
Anything to say in response?
We can see people deal with appropriate assessment in their closing submissions, but if there's going to be a grant, there would need to be an appropriate assessment, or we've had a draft appropriate assessment so far, but I can respond in closing submissions. I'm grateful for Dr. Dargy for raising the point there.
Could I then come in briefly in follow-up to Dr. Dargy in that I put in some material covering similar ground in my written submission, paras 255 to 259, and subsequently, because the matter came up again in the councillors' hearing statements for Thursday in my rebuttal statement at powers 26 to 28. In the interest of brevity, I'll just give you those references and leave it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it for today. We'll see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.